Good afternoon everybody and welcome to the stream. I'm Robert from the El Magnifico Games channel, and today we are going to continue with our playthrough of Knights of the Old Republic. Now last stream, which was yesterday, quite a lot happened. We began exploring Manaan, and it turns out there's actually quite a lot going on in Manaan in a very interweaving sort of way. What did we do? We helped discover why the Republic had been hiring a lot of mercenaries and why they'd been going missing. They'd been sending them down here to the Hrakert Rift. I'm probably mispronouncing that, but still. And they hadn't been returning. Some sort of disaster had happened down here, which has sent the native Selkath and the security system insane. We're down here to try and find the missing star map. One of Jolie's old friends, a war hero, was accused of murder, and we investigated it, and after quite a lot of digging around, we discovered that he was in fact probably responsible. What makes it a lot more interesting is that the person he'd murdered was in fact a Sith. It appears that he was having an affair with this woman and then later found out that she was working for the Sith, and in a fit of rage he killed her in her sleep. Which is rather different to his original story, which was that he was working for Republic intelligence and that he knew all along that she was a Sith. So we'd have it. We still need to decide what to do there, as notionally, well, we have been assigned as his arbiter, and we're going to have to choose how to proceed. Do we want to out him if we have the opportunity, present the evidence to the court, which would probably invalidate us as an arbiter, I'd have thought, since obviously barristers at least are supposed to defend their clients. They can't just suddenly decide they're going to prosecute instead. But it's still relevant information for the court. Are we going to let him do whatever he pleases and just not represent him, assuming that's an option? Or are we going to try and cover up what happened and defend him? Now, normally, obviously, we wouldn't want to defend someone that we know for certain committed murder and help them cover up a crime. But as one of our viewers, Tony, quite rightly pointed out last stream, due to the delicate political situations here on Manaan, if it were discovered that, or if it were found that he had committed the murder, and that it was politically motivated, there is a danger that it might damage the relationship between the people of Manaan and the Republic, and there's very important KOTOR exports. KOTOR is a native plant that's used in the manufacture of drugs for treating the very injured. So there's that whole situation, and he's essentially tried to, that is the individual that was accused, a Mr. Sunry. In fact, I'm not quite sure if Sunry is his first name, surname, or just his nickname, but in any case, this Sunry has essentially tried to blackmail us, telling us that if we don't help him get off for murder, then the entire Republic might fall to the Sith. It's a bit of a stretch, but it is not absolutely beyond the realms of possibility, so something to be considered. What else? We found out that the Sith had been stealing Selkath youth, and we, after some work, managed to find out that they were being essentially forcefully recruited, and we managed to uncover evidence that changed their mind, and so they've left. We were accused of serious disturbances of the peace, with the implication that we'd probably committed murder because we attacked the Sith base. Something which... the Sith embassy, I should say. Something that I'm a little dubious about, I'm not sure that's how embassies work. Since embassies are deemed to be, the inside of embassies are deemed to be the soil of a foreign land, I would have thought the proper way to handle that would be have us extradited to some planet within the Sith Empire to stand trial. I'm not sure the Selkath should have been putting us on trial for that. But we did do it, and after one attempt where I pleaded guilty and was executed and then reloaded, yes, I broke my Iron Man habit once again. We managed to get off by presenting the same evidence that the Selkath youth had been being kidnapped and indoctrinated, and that there was we'd found, and further there was sufficient evidence to show that the Sith were trying to overthrow the lawful government of Manaan. In the end, as a form of gratitude and mercy, the court decided to let me off for going in and slaughtering the Sith. Again, bit dubious, but that's what they did. Anything else? We helped. Yes, there was a probe that was sent down to where we are now in the Hrakert Rift that was intended to discover what had happened to the people they'd sent down and had never returned, as I understand it. That is the Republic. The Republic discovered the site and then built this base around it, as I understand it. And the Sith had managed to capture that probe, and there was a danger that they would then be able to decode it and discover the site. And so another thing we had to do was recover the black box from the droid and return it to the Republic, that is, take it from the Sith Embassy. All this happened in a single raid on the Sith Embassy. Oh yes, and the Geoharadon, I think they're called, a secret society of bounty hunters, so they claim, want to recruit us. They claim that they're working in the Republic's interests because they're much happier in a world where the Republic runs the show than the Sith. And so they've asked us to take out certain leading... Actually, that's not quite right, not quite leading, but certain key Sith-affiliated individuals. They want us to assassinate them and return to them. Specifically, our companions are not to know of what's going on, so I either have to dismiss them or come up with an excuse while I'm carrying out these assassinations. If I do so, though, I am actually leaning against doing that now, having thought it through some more between streams. Anyway, yeah, lot to recap, but that's where we're at. Right now, we're in the Hrakert Rift, trying to discover, most importantly, where the star map is, because that's the quest the Jedi sent us on to help defeat the Dark Lord Malak. But also, we need to... Well, we don't need to, but it would be a very good idea to try and work out why the native Selkath and the security systems specifically have gone insane. I've had a couple of thoughts on that. The first one is that when we encountered the star map on Dantooine, the ancient computers there tried to interface with our more modern technology about 20,000 years in the future. Oh, hello Tony. It's lovely to see you. I hope you're well. Yes, the computers on Dantooine, the ancient computers, tried and successfully interfaced with our more modern technology, and so it did occur to me that there could be something like that going on here that went wrong, that the ancient computers tried to interface with the Republic's base's more recent technology and something went terribly wrong there. Alternatively, we do have very good reason to believe that the Dark Lord Revan and her then apprentice Malak had come down here already, and we've seen on Kashyyyk that they put defense systems in the form of a hologram who you had to give specific responses to get through. It was a pretty pathetic defense system, but they attempted to put a defense system in place. That's the point. So it's also possible that everything that's happened here is a result of something Revan and Malak did several years prior. I'm particularly reminded of the events on Dantooine when... I've forgotten her name, just a second. Juhani turned to the dark side, and how her turning to the dark side caused the nearby wildlife to become tainted as well. So that's another possibility. That could be something to do with what's going on here and why people and technology seem to be being corrupted in a weird way. But that's where we are, and we'd best get into it. Where had we actually been? I think we'd come in to this base from here. We'd made our way round here. No, we'd made our way through here, through here, through here, and then I made a beeline straight for what appeared to be the most powerful enemy in the area, because I wanted to get the worst out of the way first. So what we should probably do is backtrack a little bit and start exploring the areas that we haven't yet. We have been in this room, haven't we? That's not a door, it's just a wall painted like a door. This is a door, it's a pressure door. Yes, and it's sealed, quite rightly. So there's probably some environmental suits, as I think the game called them. Essentially diving suits, that probably pressurized diving suits that we need to collect somewhere around here. That's interesting, that door's locked. Hold on, what am I doing?
Yeah?
We have a way through locked doors.
Gotcha.
And its name is Mission. Patrol droid. Blimey. I don't think these patrol droids are going to give us much trouble at this stage in the game. Ow. Although mines that I failed to see could do. Ow. Was that another mine that I failed to see? Good thing Navarro's so tanky. Right, let's do some healing after that. How much health does Navarro have at this point? Goodness me, over 200. No wonder she tanked that. They're fighting each other. That's very interesting. Okay, now they're fighting us. And they do poison us for some reason. In a way, it's a bit of a shame to be killing these individuals because they are notionally citizens of this planet that have just gone insane through no fault of their own. I wonder if they'll run through the mine or not, or if they're clever enough not to do that. Oh, we got experience for that. If I'm not mistaken, I think they just ran through that mine and weren't injured.
What?
Sonic emitter medpack scientist's memo. Okay. This might be our first lore drop on this facility. You know, beyond what we heard before we came here. And as always, I can never find the thing I want because the inventory is always too full. There we go. In response to those Hrakert sharks outside, I managed to whip up a little something in one of the workrooms. This is a sonic emitter which should scare them off. The sound seems to work a lot better underwater than through the air, and if you fix it on the outside of an envirosuit, just push the button every time they get near and you'll have no problems. So I was just wondering, when am I going to get that raise? Cal Jordan. Interesting. So we have the sound emitter. That's a good thing. That means that once we get our hands on some of these envirosuits, it'll actually be safe for us to go outside. As it was, there was always this danger of being attacked by the native sharks. Oh. Well, that's one environmental suit. Only problem is, there's 3 of us.
Gotcha. Simple.
Is somebody out there? Fishy, fishy, fishy. Need me too. You can't get me, little fishy. Not in here. I'm safe behind my walls.
Okay then. So my choices are, I'm Navarra Sana, and I've been sent by the Republic to investigate what's happened here. Or, why didn't you come out here? Or, come out from there right now, or we'll blast our way in. We'll go with number 1. I'm Navarra Sana, and I've been sent by the Republic to investigate what's happened here.
Investigate? You're just like the others. Fodder for the Selkath. Walk and fish snacks. Trump, trump, trump. If you can run, you might be fast food. When the Selkath went insane and started killing everybody, I locked myself in here. I'm safe in here. Nothing can hurt me in here. No fishy food for me.
Uh-huh. So my choices are, what made the Selkath insane? Or persuade come out. Will protect you from the Selkath, or force persuade you want to come out of that room and you feel safe with us. Or I'll carve you into little fish bits. If you don't come out, I'll just leave you in there. Let's start with the information gathering. Since, although obviously if we can save people we want to, if he's really insistent that he stays in his little locker, we've really got more important things to worry about right now. So information gathering seems to be the priority.
Don't know. Go ask them. When the demon screamed, it shook every mind in the station. We fell to the ground but survived. Fishy fishies though, they just got hungry.
If you don't come out, I'll just leave you in there.
Bye-bye. Go look for fishy people. They'll chomp and bite and chomp and bite. Food for fishy. That's you.
Okie dokie. Like I say, I'm quite happy to leave him in there for now.
Yeah?
Yeah, it's a bit dubious whether we should be looting from this place, since this is technically an active Republic base. But I feel like under the circumstances, anything that we can salvage which might help us with securing this place and containing the disaster is fair game.
What?
Right, that's where we started tonight. We've just approached it from a different side. So let's carry on exploring. Blimey. It's not bad to persuade people. It's only bad to force persuade. Oh, did I miss a body? I'll go back and check in a moment. Yeah, I see what you mean about persuade. Although I actually disagree that it's always bad to force persuade. I don't know if the game always considers it to be bad, but there are circumstances under which I think it seems entirely justified. But like I say, in his case, why would I care if he's in the locker or not? In the broad scheme of things, yes, I probably want to get him out of there and, assuming he's a Republic soldier or personnel, have him returned, but if he wants to just stay in there for the time being, then I don't really object. Hello, game? Sometimes I don't regain control of my character for a while. For no apparent reason. Another sonic emitter. Another scientist's memo. Now I wonder, is that the same memo as before, or is that a different memo? Because it wouldn't be the first time we've received two different items with the exact same name. Also, where would it be? It's not always bad to force persuade, but I think it's fine to use both those in right ways. Yeah, it's the exact same memo. Were the others in combat or something? Just from the sounds of the music, it seemed like it. Where have they gone?
Yes?
Bit strange. Looted that one. This one doesn't seem to be lootable. There might be a body I missed somewhere, but I don't see one. Could be further back. So this room's been secured for now. Still only a single environment... what do they call it? Envirosuit? I think so. That's not a door, that's a wall painted like a door. Okay, I think we've secured this entire area. Could be wrong. Oh, there might be two little areas we haven't been to yet. Looking at the map again. Well, we've certainly not been here. Yet. It's interesting that they've been sent insane, but they are still apparently intelligent enough to use firearms effectively. I think there were 3 suits, even though it only says 1. Don't quote me. Okay, that makes sense. Oh, this poison's annoying.
Never too old for this.
I suspect you're right, incidentally, about the 3 suits. Just like how on Taris you only required a single Sith uniform to move your entire party between areas. Poison grenade. Echani battle stimulant, adrenal alacrity. Okie dokie. Life support pack. Now that's interesting. Let's have a look at that. I've doubtless been past it already. Oh, if even this inventory, like if even if all they did was just keep it in alphabetical order, it would be so much easier to manage. Single use. A life support pack contains dermal regenerators and other equipment for the treatment of wounds. They cannot be used by droids. Life support packs heal 30 vitality points plus wisdom modifier plus 3 times user's skill and treat injury. Okay, so a life support pack is just a really, really good med pack then.
Yes?
What?
Wonderful. Let's keep going. Those are probably the far axis sharks we've heard about. Or you might have to go alone. Yeah, I don't think it would be a disaster if I had to go alone, because if I did have to go alone, I would assume the game would have balanced everything according to that.
Huh?
Right, that could have been a lot worse.
I'm here.
That appears to be a way out. Right. That's another way out. Please don't run into the mine. Surely you walked into the mine, okay. Ouch, that poison actually seems pretty nasty. Oh, does heal also heal poisons? That's pretty good.
What?
One thing I do wish, in terms of the game's interface, its GUI, is I wish when you hovered over abilities, the tooltip would include all the information you get when you look up abilities here.
Hey there.
The full explanation.
Okay.
Anywho, let's keep going. So I think this is the last area in this building we haven't secured.
Yeah?
Ooh, and it's locked.
Gotcha. Simple. I'm here.
That's strange. Why no enemies? Perhaps because it's locked. Oh, look, another colour of credits. That one's a sort of cyan and green. Teal, I suppose. It's more teal. I think that's everything. Yeah, I'm about 90% certain we've just done all of it. We've been round here, haven't we? Yes, yes we have. I note that the shape and mesh and texture they use for the packs that get left behind when a body that had loot on wasn't looted. It's different for different enemies or different areas. I'm pretty certain that's not what the packs looked like when we were back on Dantooine, for example. Right, for no particular reason, let's go for the middle pressure door. Oh, I just realised I saved over this slot when I had been using the second slot for my saves since Tony warned me about having multiple saves to go back to. So I've actually lost my save from when I just entered the station. So I guess I'll just carry on overwriting this save for now. Right, let's level Navara. Seems good to me. Powers. What power do we want? Force Wave. It's got to be Force Wave because Force Push and Force Whirlwind are both very good abilities, and I can only imagine that the next skill in that progression, the next power in that progression, must be even more impressive still. This power creates a telekinetic explosion around the Jedi. All enemies within 15 feet are thrown 5 meters, fall to the ground and are incapacitated for 6 seconds and take damage equal to 1.5 times the attacking character's level. A successful reflex save at a DC of 5 plus the attacking character's level plus the attacking character's wisdom and charisma modifiers means an enemy is not stunned but still suffers half damage. That's interesting. That's actually a very different ability. I mean, I can see why it would be useful, but it's not quite the same as picking on an individual enemy and leaving them unable to act for 12 seconds. It's okay, you only need multiple saves before you go back to the surface after you do the final thing. How you handle the final thing down here matters, you'll see. Okay. If I select Force Wave, do I lose Force Whirlwind? Let's find out. I think it's a tough choice, but I think Navara specifically, because she's our tank, because she's always the one that goes in first and gets the enemies surrounding her, at least that's the idea, she possibly would be better off with Force Wave than Force Whirlwind. But as for our other Jedi characters, while it would be nice to have Force Wave as an option, I don't think it would be better than Force Whirlwind for them. So let's find out. Right, we need to change into the Enviro suit. Oh, is that not how I do it? Maybe the game just automatically equips it when I try to leave through the pressure door? It knocks down a bunch of enemies the same way Whirlwind does, but they aren't flying though. Yeah, it doesn't incapacitate them for anywhere near as long either. It seems to me that Force Wave is more like an area of effect Force Push, whereas Force Push you target a single enemy. It's as if Force Wave does Force Push on all enemies that are within a certain distance of the Jedi that's using the power. The point I was getting at is I don't know if selecting Force Wave means that I lose Force Whirlwind or not, because in a lot of cases I would prefer to have Force Whirlwind than Force Wave, I think. But we'll just have to find out. Engaging airlock seals, success. Warning, hostile environmental conditions. Environmental suit advised. You only have one Enviro suit available. If you proceed through the airlock, all party members will have to stay behind until you return. Abort airlock sequence for now. I'll do one once over to see that I haven't missed an Enviro suit elsewhere. But assuming I haven't, we'll just have to go through on our own. The fact that that dialogue exists at all makes me think that that was probably the game's intention, though. Because as you can imagine, if there were up to 3 Enviro suits in the area, they'd have had to have had 3 lots of dialogue. One for you only have 1 Enviro suit, one for if you have 1 but not both, and then I'd have to go through some sort of party selection screen, dropping one of my party members, and then one for if you've got all 3 Enviro suits, which is totally technically doable, but I also suspect they didn't go to that much effort. Could be wrong.
Is somebody out there?
Oh, I remember him. Why don't you come out here?
Oh, you'd like that, wouldn't you? I walk out and bam! Cellcats swarm in from everywhere, ripping and rending. Fishy moves fast and silent. No, my friend. I don't play that game. I've got a winning hand right here in this room. My room. No fishy for me. When the Cellcat went insane and started killing everybody, I locked myself in here. I'm safe in here. Nothing can hurt me in here. No fishy food for me.
If you don't come out, I'll just leave you in there.
Bye-bye. Go look for fishy people. They'll chomp and bite and chomp and bite. Food for fishy. That's you.
Yes. You should retrofit your spacesuit to be a pressure suit. Do I even have a spacesuit? I don't remember seeing any of the party members wear a spacesuit before. I think they just rely on their spaceships. There's not been a lot of call for doing spacewalks. Yeah, it does look like I'm out of luck. Didn't you have one on the first planet? Terrace? You might be right. I don't remember that. I don't have a very good memory, it has to be said. I don't remember that though, because we crash landed, didn't we? And the first scene on Terrace is when you wake up alongside Karth. And I don't think you're in a spacesuit then. Oh, you were thinking of the second game, fair enough. I mean, it's a good point in a way. You would have thought on board the Ebonheart they would have some spacesuits, because for the obvious reason, what do you do if you need to do repairs in space on the outside of the ship? But I don't remember seeing any. I remember 2 better than 1. Fair enough. I wonder if that's because you've played it more or because it's more memorable. Activating airlock control. Engaging airlock seals. Success. Warning, hostile environmental conditions. Environmental suit advised. You only have 1 enviro suit available. If you proceed through the airlock, all party members will have to stay behind until you return. Leave party members and begin airlock sequence. Pressurizing airlock chamber. Success. The biggest threat now, I would have thought, is if we have to deal with enemies that can stun. That would be a problem. Right, what is the... That's the sonic emitter. Do I only have 2 uses of it? Is it a 1-use item? That would be a shame. Ah, okay. A survivor, eh? Are they about to attack me?
Who's there? You're not Cellcath, I can see that much. Are you another rescue crew?
I'm Navarro Sana. The Republic sent us down to investigate.
I'm a merc the Republic hired a couple days ago to investigate. But all we found was a bunch of insane Cellcath killing everything that moves. All my companions are dead. The Cellcath swarmed over us. There were dozens of them. And they looked wrong, somehow. Like something changed inside them. Insane or something. Oh, I'd have gone back to the surface long ago if this complex hadn't been overrun by all those crazy Cellcaths. There's no way for me to get to the submarine docking bay.
What are you doing in the underwater section of the facility? Also, very interesting that that suit is so... is sufficiently self-sufficient that he's managed to survive out here for days. What are you doing in the underwater section of the facility?
I discovered a way to get to the bay and seal off the rest of the base. I just have to find the KOTOR harvester they built on the edge of the Hrakert rift. It's got an emergency override to open the doors to the submarine docking bay. And I could get in from the outside. I figured my only chance was to slap on an environment suit, head out onto the ocean floor, and check that harvester out for myself. Besides, it's gotta be safer out on the ocean floor than back in there with all those crazed Cellcath mutants running around looking for dinner.
You wait here, I'll go check it out.
I'm not spending another minute in this facility. Not with those psychotic fish people all over the place. I'm heading out to the ocean floor right now. It leads to another complex of buildings. Going through them is the only way to reach the KOTOR harvester. We should probably stick together, but I won't wait around in here with the Cellcath. You can catch up with me if you want. Down the hall and through the doors on the right. I'll be waiting on the ocean floor where it's safe.
Okie doke. Perhaps we should actually follow him. I will want to go back and check the area, but if we're not with him, he might get picked off by a shark. Yeah. Poor man. Right, let's carry on searching this area. Also, why didn't I use my sonic emitter there? I mean, from a game mechanics point of view, it's because it was in a cutscene and I didn't have the option, but I thought it was fairly predictable what was about to happen. Not quite sure why our character didn't save them. The other thing that occurred to me is there could be, I'm not saying there is, there could be more Enviro suits on this side, which I could pick up and then bring back for the rest of the party. I was just about to say, it's a good thing there don't appear to be any mines down here, because I'm not sure I'd be exactly thrilled by what a mine would do to my Enviro suit. Welded door. The door's been welded shut. I wonder if that means there's a survivor on the other side of it. Of course, the game didn't tell us on which side the door had been welded. It's very hard to see. Let's have a quick save. Game? Oh. It was paused because an enemy had been sighted. Where's this other facility we were told about? Through there, possibly? Ah, okay. I am actually being railroaded. I have to go this way, it would seem. Okay, they don't get used up. That's very good to know. I was worried that because of the way I activated them. Uh-oh. That I had just lost my 2 only sonic emitters. I wonder how long they're disabled like that for. Hopefully a good long while. Okie dokie. Hold on, if I were to do what the man had suggested and I made my way into the docking bay from the other side, wouldn't that strand my 2 companions under here for all eternity? Right, there's a pressure door there. Right, 2 pressure doors. I think we've explored everywhere out here. I think that's supposed to represent the Enviro suit I was just wearing. It has! It's used up my other... It's gotten rid of my other force powers. I don't have them anymore. Well, this is embarrassing. So yeah, I stand by what I said before. I think Navarra is a good character to have Force Wave on. But when it comes to the other characters, we probably want to leave them with Force Whirlwind. Oh blimey, that body despawned right in front of us. I'm not sure if that's supposed to happen or not. Ow. I wonder if we can make our way round to the other pressure door, or if that's not an option. Oh, looks like it might be an option. Survivors!
No, you can't come in here. You'll let the Pharaxton and the Selkath in. No, stay out! Stay out! I won't let you open the door for those monsters to get in. I'll stop you. I'll suck all the pressure out of the chamber. That'll stop you.
Kill them! Kill them now!
Oh no.
Seconds to complete depressurization.
Okay, what's the play here? Do I have anything that can help in this situation? I don't think I do. I don't have any spikes. Wait. Oops. I think I see the play, but I need to be able to get them into conversation.
40.
Game. There we go.
42 seconds. 36 seconds to complete the pressurization.
This isn't a particularly elegant way to solve the problem, but it does. I was going to say force persuade seems like a good way.
24 seconds to complete the pressurization.
No, no. The Faraxa will get us. No, the Selkath are coming. No.
No! No!
That was your fault, though. I would have been perfectly happy to talk about to discuss the situation and possibly leave the force field up depending upon what needed to be done. You really rather forced my hand there, friends. I'm a friend. I'll protect you. You're both safe now.
I'm sorry for what I did. I don't know what came over me. I just panicked when I heard someone outside the door. Please forgive me. I'm just so scared.
We're both just scared.
When the Selkath went crazy, I thought everyone else except me and Sammy went mad. We had a few people outside the station when it happened.
The Frax and Sharks just tore them apart. It was like they were frenzied.
The next thing we knew, our Selkath researchers started screaming and clawing at everything around them. My team was torn apart and eaten before my eyes. Sammy and me, I thought we were the only ones left. We heard the Selkath outside the doors every once in a while, and strange noises echoing through the base.
We thought everyone was dead. Dead or insane. I must have been hysterical. I don't know what I can say. I truly apologize for the horrible mistake I was making.
I'm Kono Nolan, and this
Ooh.
is Sammy. We were scientists working here on the Hrakert Rift project.
Head scientist. He was one of the individuals the Republic told us about. Sammy, on the other hand, I think is new. Sammy. Kono Nolan's assistant? Question mark? Why did the Selkath all go crazy?
We don't know. Not for sure.
The work teams were outside in the rift near the vent. Then there was this rumbling and my head felt like it was splitting open.
This monster rose up from the rift.
It was a Faraxa shark, I think. Bigger than anything I'd ever seen before. Bigger than our submersibles.
It was like it was screaming inside my head.
Then all the Selkaths started screaming too. And they turned on us.
All very Lovecraftian. It was protecting something?
It may have been. Maybe it was protecting the ruins by the rift. It could have been. It might have a lair in the Hrakert Rift near the KOTOR vent. That might explain a few things too.
Like what?
Like why it reacted so violently when our construction efforts got closer to the vent. And also, why it's so large. It must be feeding off the KOTOR. Would have to be ancient indeed for it to reach that size. But with KOTOR as a food source...
And all those other Faraxan sharks? Those might be its offspring.
Which would be why they all swarmed when it called out to them. Children coming to protect their mother.
So what can I do about it?
The Faraxan sharks have always been a serious problem. We had some blasters and projectile cannons to defend against them, but they still got some of our workers from time to time.
We were working on a soluble chemical compound that would drive them away. Something that smelled or tasted repulsive to them, but we never got it working right.
Oh, I think not. Even flawed like it is, it should be ideal for this situation.
No, it's not working right. You don't know what it'll do.
What does this compound do?
The repellent we made was supposed to drive Firaxan sharks away, but we never got very far in its development. The one we tested instead was violently toxic to them, rupturing their outer skin in seconds and preventing them from drawing oxygen from the water by clogging their intakes.
Which is exactly what we need in this situation. Something to kill that monster shark that destroyed our station.
But we don't know how else the chemical reacts. We only tried it in a controlled environment. In the open ocean, who knows what it could do? It could even affect the Kolto.
We know exactly what it'll do. It'll kill the shark. That's what we designed it to do.
I thought you said you designed it to repel the shark, and the death, its lethal qualities were an accident. What else could I do? The main reason that I'm against this plan is the point they raised about it being released into the open ocean. I am certainly not against destroying the ancient shark, simply because of, according to the accounts we've heard, its apparent ability to affect the psyches of the oh, the name's suddenly gone out of my head. The natives to this planet, the nope, completely gone. But yes, them. The Selkath, that was it. Because there is something very wrong about that. That should not be possible. And given that it is possible, well, I'm worried about what the long-term consequences could be. But just releasing the toxin into the open ocean doesn't sound like a good solution, so what else could I do?
You don't need to do anything else. We have a canister of the toxin here right now. We were working on it before the giant Firaxan drove all the Selkath insane. All you need to do is insert it into the main KOTOR harvester and have it vented. Get away as soon as you can. We don't know how much worse it'll affect the giant Firaxan shark.
Actually, I just thought of a counterpoint. Well, I mean, I suppose it's not quite a counterpoint in so much as it doesn't work against the point I just made, but an argument in the other direction. Maybe it would be a good thing if the Kolto was destroyed, because currently there's this whole political crisis surrounding Manan, with both the Sith and the Republic trying to get exclusive rights to the Kolto, and the Selkath trying to play both sides and so on. And then there's the whole question with the trial of Sunry, and will the Republic lose their rights to the Kolto like he claims, or will they, or won't they? Well, if the Kolto was out the picture, all those problems disappear, and both the Republic and Sith are likely to leave Manan, which I'm sure would be much to the chagrin of the Selkath, but it would put both sides of the war on equal footing. No one has any Kolto. What other choice do I have, though?
Well, the monster seems to have been driven out by the machinery we installed at the edge of the rift. We've seen it out there on the cameras, bashing itself against the machines. I think if you could destroy the machinery we installed, the shark would calm down and retreat back into its lair inside the rift.
How would I do that?
You can reprogram the harvesting machines to overpressure their self-oxidizing fuel, so that the fuel tank canisters will rupture and the entire machine will destroy itself. The hydrolium gas we use is a gas at 1 to 3 million Sanguine, a liquid at about 4 million Sanguine, and a solid above that. When it's a liquid, it's very explosive. If you inject enough of the hydrolium gas into the tank, the pressure will be so great that it'll turn to liquid form and start a chain reaction inside the machine.
But we'll lose everything we've built here. All those years of work.
It's better than whatever your chemical will do to the water.
I'll try to poison the shark, I'll try to destroy the harvesting machine, or I'll do what I want, and kill both of you as well. Those are my only options. Oh, it's a difficult choice, isn't it? Those numbers were important. Yes, it was 1 to 3... the units you used. Sargon? Something like that. it's a gas. 4, it's a liquid, and above that, it's a solid. If it's 1 to 3, it's a gas. What is it at 0? Oh, if that's supposed to be a pressure, I suppose that means it's just not present. Okay, so then what is it at half? If it's 1 to 3, it's a gas. What is it at a half? A Sargon or whatever the unit was. Anyway, this is not an easy choice. I'm happy to kill the ancient shark. I think it is potentially a far bigger threat than just this facility. I'm actually quite happy to destroy the KOTOR. I think that would actually simplify the political situation a lot, and ultimately could even save lives, paradoxically, even though it's used to create drugs to treat people. But what I'm still not happy about is just releasing it into the open ocean. What could the long-term side effects of that be to the planet? I suppose, actually, it would be surprising if releasing it into a ocean the size of a planet, if it did really major harm across the entire world, because of how dilute it would become. I'd imagine its effect would be more like I would suggest the worst possible case is that the effects are similar to the use of nuclear weapons, where the global background radiation level measurably goes up and you have slightly higher mutation rates across the globe, which is not a good thing. I'm not suggesting it's a good thing, but at the same time, it does seem a bit hard to believe that releasing the chemical into the ocean would do something truly catastrophic on a planetary scale. But it could locally devastate the area. Lol, save always. On the other hand, the Jedi would probably say that I should try and preserve as much life as possible, including the shark. Right, after some thorough consideration, I think it's probably better to destroy the harvesting machine. This is a difficult choice, but my thinking is, although I do think that shark represents a very real threat, and possibly something quite sinister, the fact of the matter is that that shark has been there for a very, very long time, and nothing disastrous has happened until now, until people have actually gone down to this spot. Whereas we don't know what the long-term consequences of releasing the chemical into the ocean would be. That's a big open question. So, given that there are good arguments on both sides, I think we have to be biased towards the status quo, which would be destroying the harvesting machine, because the harvesting machine is new. It's a new addition to this planet. Note to self to never give you nukes. And the Republic is cheating with this base anyway. I will try to destroy the harvesting machine.
Good. Destroy Destroying the machinery will be better in the long run. We can't risk damaging the environment or the Kolto. You'll have to break into the computer on the harvesting machine and fiddle with the fuel injectors to get the tank pressure up to the point where the hydrolium will liquidize. Once the machinery is gone, the shark should leave.
That won't work and you know it. We have to vent the toxin from the harvesting machine. Once the shark is dead, we can get back to mining the Kolto. You know what you have to do.
I just hope you make the right choice.
I mean, Navarra's somewhat aligned with the Republic anyway, so I don't think she'd be all that bothered by the fact that the Republic's getting more than its fair share of Kolto. It's a shame I don't have another way to destroy the Kolto. Probably, in terms of the long-term consequences of our actions, probably the best possible course of action would be to destroy the machinery to placate the shark, but then also destroy the Kolto without using the toxin, just in some other way. I can't see the mines anymore because I don't have a character with high awareness with me. At least I assume it's awareness that makes one aware of the mines. Okay, this is the other way I could have cut him in. Oh look, there's another Enviro suit here. That's another pressure door and another Enviro suit, so that's presumably the way I'm supposed to go. Disagree. It's not just being used by the Sith and Republic. Kolto is medicine across the universe. There's some truth to that. But the danger is, as long as the Kolto is available as a resource, the Sith and the Republic are going to be fighting over it. And if the Sith were to gain exclusive control of it, or even just a majority control, then the Sith could take over the galaxy. And I think the prospect, again, without actually being in the universe and being able to do original research, it is difficult to know for sure, but I suspect the long-term consequences of having the Sith in control of the galaxy is probably going to be worse than the consequences of not having Kolto available, because I seriously doubt Kolto is the only medicine they have available. It may be the best medicine for certain things, but I hardly think that no longer having Kolto would cause all medicine to go back to the Stone Age, as it were. Destroy the Sith and the Republic, then we have no worries. Well, then you have a power vacuum, which comes with its own problems. Wait, which one should I be saving over? This one. Jedi in charge. Well, assuming they seized power successfully, which they may well not do. That's ominous. Where am I actually headed? KOTOR control panel. Access fuel tank pressure control. Okay, so that's what I've got to do next, presumably. Is that the really, really big... I think that's the really, really big shark. Sea beast. Right. I just had a thought. Do you think it's intelligent enough to have a conversation with? Probably not. I mean, I wouldn't have thought you have to be intelligent to send a creature insane. You just have to cause sufficient brain damage. And even if it were incredibly intelligent, why would it have language? Being intelligent doesn't mean you have language. And even if it did have language... Oh, that's where I've ended up. Even if it did have language... what reason do I have to believe that it would be able to... that my character would be able to communicate with it? Somewhat tempting to get closer though. Talking might be an option. Oh, don't eat me, don't eat me, don't eat me. I think we've got to try though. The game misled me with an icon. To be fair, if I was actually doing an Iron Man run here, I would not have risked it. Pressure control. Operator warning. Hydrolium unstable at 4 million sangin. Pressure would rupture container pod. Press enter to cancel live feed and return to interface. Fuel injector pod at 0 or 3 million sangin. Container pod at 0 or 5 million sangin. It's the container pod I need to fill, isn't it? Transfer from container to injector. Dump container pod? Oh, I see. That just empties it. It probably wants me then to get it to exactly 4. That'll probably be why. I think I know how to do that. Where are we now? We're at 3 and 3. So if I transfer from injector to container, we're at 1 and 5. Then I dump the container, that should bring us to 1 and 0. Then I transfer from injector to container. Then I fill injector. And then I transfer it from injector to container, and the container will contain 4 or 5. Error, harvester malfunction. Emergency shutdown initiated, failure. Warning, container pod unstable, evacuate immediately. We good? Now that the KOTOR harvesting machine has been destroyed, the great Pharaxon shows no sign of hostility. It allows you to pass. That's interesting. That suggests... the way it's just guarding there, that does... It feels like it's intelligent, doesn't it? Wonderful. So that's the next star map. Okay, before you go back up, save twice. What do you mean by save twice? You mean make 2 saves right now? 2 different saves right now? By the submersible. I need to get everybody, don't I?
I saw what happened on the camera, and I can't believe what you did. How could you willfully destroy the KOTOR harvesting machinery? That'll set us back years. I'll have you know that when we get back to the surface, I'll have the Republic do a full inquiry into your actions. Now go back to the surface and get the Republic to send a real rescue team down for us.
So you're just refusing to leave and be rescued because you disagree with my actions?
We saw what you did out there on the cameras. Destroying the machinery was the right thing to do for everyone. That creature, the giant Pharaxon shark, the guardian of the KOTOR or whatever it was, seems to have calmed down a lot. It may even be safe to go outside now, but we'll stay here and wait for the Republic rescue crews. Thank you for not making a huge mistake.
Make us safe by the submersible, and may the Force be with you. Ooh, they both leveled. Right, we probably do need to get that gentleman out of the locker at this point. If I can remember where he was.
Is somebody out there? Fishy, 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 come and eat me too. You can't get me, little fishy. Nothing here. I'm safe behind my walls.
I'm Navarro Sana, and I've been sent by the Republic to investigate what's happened here. We've already had discussed that, haven't we? Why don't you come out from here?
Oh, you'd like that, wouldn't you? I walk out and bam! Cell cats swarm in from everywhere, ripping and rending. Fishy moves fast and silent. No, my friend. I don't play that game. I've got a winning hand right here in this room. My room. No fishy for me.
Hello, Yisha. It's lovely to see you. I hope you're well.
No fishy.
And yep, I'm doing well, thank you. Thank you for your best wishes. Come out. We'll protect you from the Cellcath.
No, Mercenaries like you, but they're dead. The Selkath ate them. Lunchy munchy. Only the ones left in the south part of the base might still be alive, where the KOTOR is. Few fishies there, but many, many, many fishies in between the water.
I can't just leave him down here. He's at far more risk if he stays down here than if he just returns to the surface with me. You want to come out of that room, you feel safe with us.
No. Only the one.
I didn't know my force persuade could fail.
No, only the.
Okay.
Bye-bye. Go look for fish.
That is strange. That my force persuade failed. Given that I have... what was the feature called? Was it Dominate Mind? It was here somewhere. Do I not have Dominate Mind? I could have sworn I did. Yeah, it always fails. I knew that. Just wanted you to try. Interesting. But how was he resisting? I mean, I can assume he's not force sensitive. Oh, it's not a feature, is it? It's a power. That's why I couldn't find it. Dominate Mind. Which is the more powerful version of Effect Mind. So it's very strange that he was able to resist that. Well, it's been chaotic lately, so taking it slow at the moment. Understandable. I hope things become more ordered soon. Yeah, I'm doing quite well, thank you. Right, let's make our way back up. And Tony pointed out that we should save here. This submersible can be used to ascend to Arto City. Use the submersible. Well, we made it back alright.
You've returned. I was beginning to fear that you too might have been lost. Did you find out what had happened down there at the facility?
Your construction woke something up.
Something was down there? Living in the rift by the Kolto?
A gigantic Phyraxan shark that drove all the Selkath insane.
It's horrible. The entire operation wasted by a disaster we could never in 1,000 years have foreseen. What has happened to the facility itself? Were there any survivors?
The harvesting machine was destroyed. Well, actually, let's start with the lives. A few scientists have survived.
Well, that's good to know. Good to know indeed. But what has happened to the facility? Was it damaged?
The harvesting machine was destroyed.
No, that is terrible. That will set our work back years. It may even cost us the war. While I am glad that you were able to solve our problems, the cost may have ended up being much too high. But you have done your job and helped us in our time of need. And for that, I thank you. Oh, and did you end up finding your star map?
Really, I should say none of your business, but that's a very rude way of putting it. Yes, I did.
As you can see, by helping us, you helped yourself. Perhaps we can work together again in the future.
He seemed somewhat upset. Oh, I received an item. I wonder what I received. He seemed quite upset that the harvesting machinery was destroyed. But how much more upset would he have been if I'd released the toxin and the entire KOTOR, what would you call it? It's not really a plantation, is it? The entire KOTOR field was destroyed. Population. I don't think we can do the Geno Harridan questline. I thought about it. There's the argument against it I expressed before, that since they specifically forbid you from looking up the individuals they want you to assassinate, because they don't want you to leave a trail, that there's no way I can actually verify that these people are as terrible as they claim they are. So I would just be being told to go after individuals and kill them on trust, that on blind faith that they actually deserve to be killed outside of the normal procedures of law and justice, which is dubious on its own. But aside from that, they did state that the only reason they're supporting the Republic at all is because they would prefer to live under a Republic government than under a Sith government, that suits them better. So at the end of the day, they are just bounty hunters that are hired by very rich people to kill other people. It's not like, generally speaking, they're virtuous people. So given that we're a light side character, I don't think their organisation is very compatible with what we do. So I don't think we'll be doing that quest line. We should probably speak to Hulas again and refuse the quests. That's my thoughts on the matter. Interesting. I'm under arrest again. Stop, human. We've detected a number of underwater detonations coming from the vicinity of the Hrakert Rift. You've been known to have asked questions about this, and our spy monitors in the public embassy recorded you leaving in a submersible that descended to the Hrakert Rift. You will come with us immediately to answer for your actions, and we will be forced to take you, or we will be forced to take you by force. Very well, I will come peacefully. But if they can do that, the whole system could... Silent, this is not for outsiders to hear. Well, human, you find yourself in a most difficult situation. The Hrakert Rift is the most precious resource on Manan, and anything that threatens it or the Kolto it produces threatens our entire species. Well, good thing I prioritise the survival of the Kolto then. We will not tolerate threats to our neutrality, our existence, and our way of life. And as much as we may admire your Republic and your Order in particular, I believe you will have a hard time explaining your role in this incident adequately. We've determined that you're responsible for the detonations that occurred near the Hrakert Rift. We demand to know what occurred down there. If the Republic has broken its neutrality treaty with us, the repercussions shall be very grave indeed. What have you done to the Rift? So my choices are... Force Persuade, nothing happened down at the Rift. Lie, the Sith were trying to collapse the Hrakert Rift, or the explosions were at the research station, both our governments set up there. Good luck. Yeah, I've got a feeling they're going to try and cover this up. But at the same time, they should have had the wisdom not to pull me into a public trial, if they didn't want this to become public. The explosions were at the research station, both our governments set up there. Research station? What are you talking about? Don't try to lie to us, human. We know of this. What? It will be discussed later. This cannot be kept silent. The Council will... The Council will hear nothing of this, and you will keep your silence or be ejected from the court. But we cannot... Silence! What has happened at the research station? What caused the explosions? The machinery had woken up a giant Phyraxian shark. A giant Phyraxian? Could it be? Impossible. It is only a legend. But she said she killed it, didn't she? You killed the shark, human? I didn't kill the shark. I destroyed the machinery to save it. Now, this could be their devil figure in mythology. I didn't kill the shark. The progenitor, it must have been. Be quiet. This is merely a myth and not fit for outsiders to hear. But it was the Lifebringer, the ancestor of our species. Think of what this could mean. If it always laired there, then perhaps the KOTOR. Enough, off-worlders are not to hear of such things. But she said she saved it. She destroyed the harvesters to save it. Indeed, this casts your actions in a new light, human. This, I believe, will require more thought, both of your actions and on what we must do in response. The court will adjourn while we deliberate. We have reviewed your actions in the situation, human. We thank you for the destruction of the machinery and saving the giant Hrakert, which, we believe, is the source of our KOTOR, or at least its guardian. We will not detain you any longer. While we cannot show our gratitude overtly, know that you have earned our respect. The trial is now over. That could have gone a lot worse, couldn't it?
What?
Right, let's do a little bit of leveling. Looks good to me. Good question. What feature do we want? Probably Master Sniper? Improved gearhead, you say? That's not actually a bad call either. This feature gives a +1 skill bonus to repair, security and computer use. This replaces the +1 given by gearhead. It is tempting. I think Master Sniper's probably better given the amount of combat we're likely to be doing. So we'll go with that. This could have gone so bad. Good game. Well, I'm sure it couldn't have gone worse than last time I stood on trial and I chose the wrong options and was executed. Burst of speed. This power increases the physical attributes and saving throws of the Jedi and all party members by 3 points, and also grants immunity to poison. The effect lasts for 20 seconds. I think that sounds more like it. Let's go with that. Wonderful. Let's keep going, shall we? So we have the Genoharridan quest that I want to refuse if I'm allowed. I have forgotten where the relevant gentleman stands, so I'll have to find him. You could have turned the tide of the war single-handedly. In the Sith favour, probably. Right. Party selection. Remove my other party members. I do appear to be alone. Welcome back, Navarro-Sana. I see you have come alone. This is good. I assume you are here to discuss the business of the Genoharridan. I have some questions about the Genoharridan. You must understand that there is much I cannot tell you until you are accepted into the guild, of course. But ask your questions and I'll tell you what I can. Why haven't the Genoharridan assassinated Malak? Malak is no easy target, even for the Genoharridan. He is far too visible a figure. We prefer to operate on the fringes of events, not plunge into their centre. In any case, there is no guarantee that the Genoharridan would eliminate Malak even if we could. Not yet. He may someday be of use to us, depending how events play out. Right now we support the Republic. But the goals of our guild are many and our methods subtle. At times we intervene in wars, but often we prefer to remain behind the scenes. We've found it more effective to let the grand scope of events play themselves out than manipulate the situation to our advantage. It is one of the keys to keeping our existence well hidden. Did the Jedi Order know about your guild? Some of the wise masters have knowledge of our existence. Those who study galactic history carefully will see evidence of our influence throughout. But it's unlikely that even the Jedi know the true scope of our power and influence. They permit us to exist because they see us as a minor faction in the galaxy, one of many. Still, we try to avoid crossing paths with the Order. The Jedi are powerful and difficult to manipulate. We are careful to avoid actions that would draw their attention. Despite their wisdom, the Jedi are in many ways like everyone else. They would not believe the true extent of our secret society, even if you were to tell them. I'll be back later. I'll be waiting here for you, Navarro-sana. The General Harridan are eager to see the extent of your abilities. Right, sounds like I can't just refuse the quest at this point. I probably could have done earlier on, but I can't now. Given that that's the case, I suppose I could go up to one of the intended victims and try to carefully interrogate them to figure out if there's truth to what they claim. That is what the General Harridan claim. Or you could just not do them. Yep, that's true. But it means that my quest log will be forever filled with quests that I'm never going to do. What a terrible thing. Right, we really do need to come to a decision regarding Sunry. I am not happy to... Oh, it has put us in quite a difficult position. I'm not happy to try and defend him, because I know he's guilty, even if there are consequences for the Republic. I'm not happy to... I am happy for him to defend himself. I am not happy to present evidence against him because I'm notionally his arbiter. I can't just suddenly decide that I'm prosecuting out of the blue. That's not... If arbiters are anything like barristers, that's not how it works. So the proper thing to do would probably be resign my position and just leave him to his fate. I suppose what I should probably do is have a word with the Republic, though. But then to what ends? At that point they'd know I'd hacked their computer system. Yeah, that's not going to work. No, I think I have to just have to resign my position. Just say, for reasons that I cannot disclose, I no longer consider myself fit to defend this individual. Your job as an arbiter is to get him off. As a Jedi, follow the light. Well, that's my point. The only way I can fulfill my both responsibilities is by resigning my position. As arbiter of the Sunry murder trial, you have the authority to question me on matters pertaining to this case. I have questions about the trial. You have the right, arbiter, to ask me questions regarding the case. Oh, I don't even have that ability. Is there anything suspicious about this case? Yes, there is something that's been bothering me. The medal that was found clutched in the Sith's hand. I find it most odd that such a blatantly incriminating piece of evidence would be left at the scene of the crime. We've analysed the evidence and it does not appear to be a replica. I still have my doubts. In the midst of the crime, though, Sunry could well have lost it. I've seen much more improbable things happen in my tenure to the courts. Is there another matter you wish to inquire about, human? I have no more questions for now. Very well. When you feel you have gathered enough evidence, you may speak to the warden in charge of the prison where Sunry is being held. He will bring Sunry to us and the trial will commence. That's annoying. I feel like the most honourable thing to do here is step down and let him defend himself. Or if he can find another arbiter. But the game doesn't think that's an option. So I guess to the warden we go. Hold on. I'll tell you something that I forgot to do. And that's reassign my party. Jolie should be here, obviously. So you're the arbiter in the Sunry Alessa murder case then? I hope you're as impartial as the officer's traditionally supposed to be. That's an interesting point. You off-worlders have a tendency to ignore the rule of law in favour of some rather irrational causes. What is it that I can do for you now? See, this is a really interesting point. When the judge first introduced the idea of being an arbiter to me, the way he described it as impartial and as a job that involves the investigation of the case, it made it sound a lot more like my role was like that of a private detective, or possibly that of a I've forgotten the proper name for it. There are different judicial systems across time and across space, obviously, in different places at different times. And one of the systems that used to be very common, and possibly still is in parts of the world, is where a judge plays a discovery role. Their job is to, notionally, not to take sides in a case, but to try and ascertain the facts. In a way, that's sort of what a judge does now, but in the past the emphasis was far more, in certain parts of the world in the past, the emphasis was far more on the judge actually leading the investigation, and the two parties in the case would not necessarily have representation because they were treated more like witnesses by the judge. There is a proper name for that style of judiciary, but I've forgotten what it is. Honestly, the way they first described the role of the arbiter, it was like halfway to that. But at the same time, they've also made reference to me being assigned as Sunry's arbiter. In what way am I assigned to him as his arbiter? Am I actually supposed to be defending him? Or am I supposed to be conducting my own investigation into what happened? It's not clear. They are treating you as a lawyer, not an arbiter, though. You'll have someone arguing against you. See, that's exactly the point. Like, if someone's arguing against me, then it's adversarial, in which case I'm not really investigating the case, and I'm not supposed to be impartial. If someone's arguing against me, that suggests I'm supposed to be defending Sunry, in which case it would be completely inappropriate for me to stand up and say, Your Honour, I have evidence that Sunry did it. Even though Sunry still denies that. I feel like, unfortunately, with this particular quest line, the developers got a bit confused about what an arbiter was and what they were supposed to be doing. Because I feel like sometimes I'm being pulled in to one set of ideals and sometimes to another set of ideals. I want to begin Sunry's trial now. Are you certain, human? Once the trial has begun, it cannot be stopped, and once judgment is given, the case can never be reopened. Even in the case of new evidence? You must be certain your investigations are complete before you request a trial. This is the role of the arbiter. Are you certain you wish to begin the trial now? See, my investigations are complete. You wouldn't normally say that to a barrister, I don't think. Yes, let's begin the trial. Very well, human. I shall advise the court and we will begin immediately. Adversarial is such a good word. I love the vernacular of English people. Let the record show that the trial of Sunry versus the Arto City Authorities commenced. Presiding are judges Shelkar, Josa, Nal Shakan, KOTOR, and Jula. This trial is to determine the culpability of Sunry in the death of the Sith Elessa. Representing Sunry in his defence is a member of the Jedi Order. Do you have any opening statements? This is where I should step down then. So I am supposed to be acting in his defence. I'm not trying to investigate the case per se. Only so much as it helps me defend him. Yeah, I feel like the game has really painted me into a corner here. It would be better if it really wasn't the case that I could step down as arbiter, if that was against the laws of Manaan, then I feel like there should have been a dialogue option that exposed that. I think Sunry is guilty of the murder he has confessed to me now is the most honourable thing I can do, unfortunately. Believe it or not, that is actually also that is also what a lawyer should do if they don't step down, because he has confessed to me. Lawyers aren't allowed to lie in court. I know that there are real life lawyers that advise their clients to be careful what they tell them, because if their clients tell them that something happened and then the lawyer is then aware of that fact, they cannot lie about it in court. But if the client doesn't tell them about it, then notionally no offence has been committed. Like I say, this is a real thing. And so the problem is, now that he has told me, he has confessed to me that he is guilty, I am legally required to tell the court that. The only way out of it is if I were allowed to step down, and the game has denied me that option. I mean, to be fair, it's not... also, to be fair, it's not uncommon in real cases for a client to plead guilty, and then the role of the defence lawyer is to get them the best, is to try and argue for the least severe sentence. That's also a very real thing. The only problem here is that Sunry may try and deny it now. I may say that he has confessed, and then he may say, no, I didn't. But again, the game won't let me step down as arbiter, so I think it has to be the top option. Sunry is guilty of the murder. He has confessed to me.
No! You traitor!
Sunry, no!
Your client is guilty, arbiter? Are you sure you wish to enter this plea? I do. Imagine if I said I've reconsidered. No, he didn't say that. It was just a joke. I do.
No. I object. I am the victim of a conspiracy here.
Is this true, arbiter? Your client does not seem to agree with your assertions. The position of arbiter is to defend your client. Therefore, in spite of your personal feelings, you must do so to the best of your ability. The trial will proceed on schedule. Acting as a prosecutor for the Arto City Authority is an impartial observer from the Sith Empire.
It is an honor to see justice served, and I will see Sunry is executed for the crime he has committed.
Do not be too overzealous in pressing your commission, Sith. The first matter of business is the presentation of a sworn testimony by the proprietor, Ignis, of the hotel where the murder occurred. What is the testimony you wish to give us?
The man I saw leaving, Sunry, probably left after I heard the blaster shot.
The guilt of the accused is apparent even this early in the trial.
Know your place, Sith. This is important evidence. The court will keep this in mind near the top of the list of pertinent facts. We will now begin by calling forth the witnesses to the crime and taking their testimony. After each witness has given their testimony and you have cross-examined them, you may ask the presiding judges for their opinions of the current state of the case. This is a special privilege given by Minan law only to the defendant, so use it wisely. The first witness is Firith. The prosecution will question the witness first.
You are Firith Me, the well-known Pazak player. I wonder if we can trust the word of a gambler as reliable testimony.
Yeah, that's not fair. Objection, Your Honours. Objection sustained. Ask the witness your question and do it promptly.
Of course, Your Honor. Firith Me, what did you see the night of the murder?
Well, I came out into the hallway after hearing the blaster shot and saw Sunry over there limping down the hall out of the building.
A very obvious point, Your Honors. The accused was seen leaving the scene of the crime after the blaster that killed Elassa was fired.
A very pertinent point, prosecutor. It is now the defence's turn to cross-examine the witness. So my choices are: I have no additional questions. Did you actually see the murder happen? Was the medal left at the crime scene not a little too obvious? How could Sunry have harmed her if he was a cripple? Or Elassa is a dark Jedi, isn't she?
Yes, from what I could tell. She carried a lightsaber under that cloak of hers.
Objection! That doesn't prove she was a Jedi.
No, this piece of evidence is very important. It establishes the character of Elassa and perhaps her intent in dealing with Sunry. Do you have any additional questions? I don't think I do. I have no additional questions. Very well. Would you like to use this opportunity to poll the judges? No. Since the defence has no further questions, we will call out the second witness, the Rhodian Glupor. The prosecution may question the witness.
Glupor the Rhodian, you were staying in the hotel the night of the murder and saw Sunry leaving Elassa's room, didn't you?
See, Glupor sees Sunry running down hall and when...
It's clear then
Sorry.
that Sunry left the room with the Sith Elassa already dead behind him.
Perhaps, Sith, perhaps. It is the turn of the defence to question the witness now. Did you plant the medal on Elassa? Glupor.
Don't do it, Glupor.
But the prosecution will be silent. What is it you wish to say, Glupor? Glupor paid by Sith to plant that medal. Oh, I missed a bit. You are certain of this, Glupor? Glupor certain. This new evidence puts the entire case in a new light. Do you wish to ask the witness anything else? I have no additional questions. Would you like to poll the judges at this time? No. If the defence has no more questions, the court will call out Elora, Sunry's wife.
You, Elora, are Sunry's lawful wife. Your husband was a hero in the last war between the Sith Empire and the Republic. He was crippled in that war. Do you not believe he'd blame the Sith for his injury?
Yes, I guess he would.
And there you have motive. Sunry seeks revenge on the Sith for what they did to him and killed Elassa.
A supposition for now, prosecutor. Does the defence have any questions for the witness? Was it true your husband was having an affair with Alessa?
Yes. Yes, it was true. He was having an affair with that Sith harlot.
It seems painfully obvious that he killed her to keep her quiet about the affair.
Be silent. You've already questioned the witness, prosecutor.
He'd been seeing her for some time, I think. But he said he was going to change. He'd gone there that night to end it. We talked the night before and he'd promised. But now things have become so very complicated.
That is very enlightening evidence. It will influence our deliberation considerably. Do you have any more questions, Arbiter? I have no additional questions. Will you use this opportunity to poll the judges? No. Does the prosecution have any remaining witnesses to call
I
forth?
wish to call forth Sunry himself, Your Honors.
Very well.
Are you a war hero, Mr. Sunry? You fought in wars against the Sith Empire, correct?
Yes, that's right. And I don't regret it either. The Republic needs its heroes.
Indeed. Would you say that you dislike the Sith? Even hate them?
Of course I hate them. Trying to take over the galaxy every chance they get, killing millions of innocents?
Pure politics. Were you in Alassa's room on the night of the murder?
Well, yes, I was. I had been having an affair with Alassa, my wife, yes. But I realized how wrong I'd been, and I was going there to end it.
You were having an affair with a Sith. You wanted to end it quickly and quietly, so you killed her from behind and tried to flee.
No,
I think we can see the answer clear enough, Mr. Sunry.
Do not interrupt the accused. In fact, I think you've said quite enough already, prosecutor. Do you have any questions to ask the accused, Arbiter? Alassa was a Sith spy, wasn't she?
Of course she was. Why would a young, beautiful Sith woman get with an old cripple like me?
You're not helping yourself, Sunry. You only give reason why you might kill her. He merely states facts. The incompetence of the murder indicates that her occupation was not the motive for the killing. The fact remains, Alessa was a Sith and likely a spy as well. Is there anything else you wish to ask the accused? How could Alessa have got a hold of your medal? Is that really all that pertinent? Not really. You were going to end the affair. Would the Sith object? Again, not really pertinent. It all came down to him discovering she was a spy, wasn't it? And that's what caused the moment of anger. So I have no additional questions. Will you use this opportunity to poll the judges? No. The witnesses all have been called forward and questioned by both prosecution and defence. The prosecution will now present, in closing, its summary of the pertinent facts of this case.
I think the facts in this case are very straightforward. Sunry was having an affair with Alassa. He sought to end it, and the simplest, quickest method, given his hatred of the Sith, was to simply kill her. Witnesses saw Sunry fleeing the scene, and material evidence places him there at the time of the murder as well. I am confident that any informed observation of the facts will lead the judges, Your Honors, to this very conclusion.
Indeed. In your closing statements, Arbiter? So my choices are: no one actually witnessed the murder. Sunry was a cripple and couldn't have killed her. The Sith are obviously evil and set this up. Sunry was ending the affair, so the Sith killed her. Alessa was a spy and the Sith are framing Sunry. My arguments are complete. Yeah, unfortunately I don't get the option of presenting the footage I have of Sunry committing the murder. Which again, I would be compelled to present that to the court. It's why it's so ridiculous that I'm being, well, unless Manan law works very differently, that's why it's so ridiculous that I'm still the arbiter. Because I have to be honest in court, otherwise I'm in contempt of court, and that, again, in at least British law, that is a serious crime. My arguments are complete. That's actually an interesting point that I hadn't considered. Is a barrister compelled to present evidence that they are aware of that would jeopardize their client's case? They probably aren't. So if no one asked me a question that would, where the logical answer would be to mention the hologram footage, then I'm probably not committing any offence by not mentioning it. It's just that if they did ask, I would have to answer honestly. You had the option in the very beginning to share the recording. It was option 2. I did at the very beginning. I haven't had that option since. I thought stating that he had confessed to me was the more pertinent point at that stage because it relates to his plea. Does he plead guilty or not guilty? Well, he's confessed to me. What was interesting is that the game never then gave me the option to present the recording since then. But anyway, yes, I think just my arguments are complete. Then the court will now deliberate amongst ourselves. The court hereby finds Sunry guilty of murder of the Sith Elassa. According with Selkirk law, the prescribed punishment for murder is death. But due to the extenuating circumstances surrounding this case, and to not provoke additional tension between the Sith and Republic elements within Arto City, the sentence is commuted to a life term in the Arto City prison.
No, Your Honors. I demand the death penalty.
You're in no position to argue, Sith. Do not think that your empire can pressure this court. We have made our decision. The verdict has been delivered and this trial is now over. Remove the guilty party from this courtroom.
The Republic will attempt to have him freed, Alora. I am sure. This is the best we can do. I'm sorry.
Henry?
I actually think that despite all the difficult circumstances, that was a very fair and reasonable resolution to what happened. He was guilty of murder. There is no doubt about that. And it's his responsibility to know the laws of the land that he's in. And so if he was in any doubt about what the law would actually think of his actions, which I don't think he was, then that's on him as well. He committed a crime while he was here, a serious crime, and he even was given a lenient sentence. I feel like this was the best possible resolution, and the idea that the Republic should come in and try and save him, I think is very dubious. So what have we got? Missions Brother Calf, the Jenna Harridan quest, Julie Bindo, Candaris Bastilla, a quest for the Starforged, Republic hiring mercenaries. I never reported that one back. Now I know what's going on. Do I tell them about it? If you shared the recording, the Republic was sitting on evidence, so it might have been bad. I don't know, but that might have messed up something else. That's true. It is a point, actually, that I could have only obtained the hologram recording by slicing into the Republic's computer systems. And that could be considered espionage. In fact, it probably would be considered espionage. I mean, I was on Republic soil at the time, in the Republic Embassy. So there are actually good reasons why I shouldn't have presented that evidence. But again, I would have still been in the difficult position that if someone had directly asked me if I had strong evidence of that kind, I would have had to have been honest about it. But no one in the court thought to do so. Nilko Blast. Now, I believe that was the individual that gave us the quest about the Republic hiring mercenaries. Have you news for me, human? Have you discovered why the Republic is hiring mercenaries? No, I'm still looking into it. Once you have the answers I seek, I'll gladly pay you the 500 credits I promised, right? I don't think I can tell him, unfortunately. I'd have been happy to tell him something like I've looked into it, and the Republic were actually hiring mercenaries for a very dangerous job that they weren't coming back from. That's 100% honest and true, but I should not be telling him about the secret base. I'd never give you nukes, but if I was innocent of something, I'd let you defend me. Why don't you trust me with nukes? Is it because I was considering the long-term consequences? Rather than just automatically dismissing the idea. I'm trying to think what the next job to do. I think we've finished up here. I'm not comfortable with the Geno Harridan quest line, but if we were going to pursue that, the next place to go would probably be Dantooine. Let me check that again. You've been instructed to kill a Grand Slaver named Zulan Sentai. You should look for Dantooine near the Noble Estates. Zulan will probably be near his land speeder. Of course, you can mention this to no one. Not that they would believe you anyway. I should look into it. If I can find evidence that he is actually a slaver, then again, I mean, should I be killing any old slaver? I don't think Navarro would be happy with slavery, especially given how she took sides on Kashyyyk. But if it is actually legal, then she would be committing a crime by attacking those individuals, just walking up to them and executing them without the authority of a court. Bit dubious. That's not the Ebon Heart. Where's the Ebon Heart? No, I think I need to just abandon the Geno Harridan quests. I think for multiple reasons we shouldn't pursue them. So, I guess Tatooine? We haven't been there yet. I understand there's swoop racing on Tatooine. Which way is it to the front of the ship? It's through here, I think. Oh yeah, that's how it works. So Tatooine or Korriban, those are our two choices of the places we haven't been. Let's make our way to Tatooine. Ooh.
Calo Nord is dead. Lord Malak, he has failed in his mission. Forgive me.
The penalty for failure is death, Admiral Kareth. But the failure was Calo's, not yours. you may rise.
Shall I hire another bounty hunter, Lord Malik?
No mere bounty hunter can stand against a Jedi. I shall not make the same mistake again. My apprentice, Darth Bandon, shall take care of our young Jedi friend.
Darth Bandon? Okay. Anger issues, it would seem.
Find Bastila and bring her to me, alive, if possible.
As you command, Master.
Oh, another vision. That must be some ruins on Tatooine, I would guess. Shame I can't make a copy of the star map from the visions. That would save a lot of time.
Another vision. The Force is guiding us, helping us retrace the steps of Malik and his old master, leading us ever closer to the Star Forge. Tatooine is known for little but blowing sand. I find it surprising that there would be a star map somewhere in its desolate wastes.
Maybe Tatooine wasn't always a desert.
Perhaps, though that would have been tens of thousands of years in the past. Now there's nothing but the howling emptiness of the Dune Sea. The star map would likely have to be within some kind of shelter to protect it against dust and sandstorms. I suspect there are many such caves and caverns hidden in the sands of the Dune Sea. The creatures of this world probably use them as their lairs. No doubt things will become more clear once we discover the star map's location.
Okie dokie. Let's head out. If I can remember the way out. Round here? Yes. We can take Bastila and Mission with us this time, I think. Are you sure this is the party configuration you want? Yes. Oh, wasn't Tatooine
Welcome to Anchorhead, potential customer. Zerka Corporation stands ready to serve. After some formalities, of course. First, your ship is not on our list of planned arrivals for today. There is a docking fee of 100 credits because of this.
I was just about to say, isn't this Tatooine the last known location of Mission's brother? What do I get for my 100 credits?
The immediate benefit is access to these very docking facilities. This is the only port in Anchorhead. Once you've paid, we will offer trade services as well. We're not unreasonable, we just want to cover expenses.
Fine, I'll pay.
I thought you would. Without these fees, Zerka Corporation would have closed this port years ago. This will cover any future landings as well. It's like a registration, so we can serve you better when you return. Now, as a customs officer, I can provide information on services. Is this visit business or pleasure?
So my choices are, give me some background on Tatooine. I'll need good paying work. What is there to do? I'm looking for very specific things. Who should I ask? I'm done with you. Stay out of my business or else, or actually, I really need to get going. Give me some background on Tatooine.
There isn't much to tell. It's a very old planet, well past its prime. Zerka Corporation is the only company with any interest in it. It's not a very pretty world, but there is opportunity here if you know where to look.
Tell me about Zerka Corporation's operations here.
I can't really get into that. It hasn't been a very smooth operation. I shouldn't get into it.
I'm tempted to use Force Persuade. I probably should use Force Persuade because it'll give me the lay of the land, and obviously I need the lay of the land to make well-informed decisions going forwards on my important quest. So yeah, I don't think it's unjustified to Force Persuade. You want to tell me more about it?
I can tell you more, I guess. It's not a big secret or anything. Just not good for business. You see, Zerka corporations stake their claim to this planet based on some very promising geological surveys.
Ooh.
Unfortunately, that information was incorrect, and possibly even an attempted sabotage by a rival company.
So Zerka Corporation set up shop on a barren planet?
Not totally barren. There were a few good years of mining, and limited operations are still in place. But the ore is flawed. It has peculiar properties. They've had to look at other forms of business.
What do you mean when you say the ore is but peculiar?
Zerka Corporation has really tried to hide this, but it just seems that Tatooine metal is unfit for effective manufacturing. I would imagine that this outpost will eventually be abandoned. Nobody is making any money here. Of course, this rock may have been settled a few times, so look for some other company to get stuck with it.
What other forms of business are being looked at here?
Pursuits that appeal to the casual traveler. There are some fearsome native species that provide exciting hunting. There are also lengthy, barren wastes that serve as fine swoop tracks. Attracting business has been slow, however.
What is known about the history of the planet?
Very little. There are hints that it might once have been a lush world, but I can't picture it as anything but a desert. Native sentient species have no records going back that far. That was hundreds of years ago, maybe thousands. Of course, the native species are not very willing to tell anyone anything. They're barely more than animals.
So the native sentient species, as he puts it, don't have records going back even hundreds of years? Where should a person look for opportunity?
It depends on what level of risk you want to take. You could ask at the Zerka office if any bounties need collecting. That's in Central Anchorhead. While you're at the office, ask for a hunting license so you can sell trophies to Faza in his lodge, just north of them. I suppose you could also take up swoop racing. Talk to the hut at the registration office by the track. That's in West Anchorhead. I can't say I know which of these jobs is the most dangerous. I stay away from all of them.
I'm looking for very specific things. Who should I ask?
That's not much information. Could you tell me more?
I'm looking for older things, antiques, artifacts.
You a digger? I've heard of ruins being found now and then, but they've always been stripped by sand people soon after. You're not going to get anywhere with them. I guess you could ask around, but I doubt you'll learn anything different. You could always ask a Jawa. It's hard to tell what they know.
Okay, that's suboptimal, but still. I'll need good paying work. What is there to do?
It depends on what level of risk.
Oh, this is the same as we heard before.
While you're at the office, I suppose. I can't say I...
Actually, I really need to get going.
As you wish. If you need anything else, I'll be here.
That was worthwhile. We got some good information. Excuse me, I know it's been a very long time, dear, but aren't you Bastilla? Helena's little girl? Yes, it is you. I can see it in the eyes. My, how you've grown.
I'm Bastilla, yes. I take it that you know my mother.
Oh yes, I worked for your father on an expedition years ago. Your mother showed me hollows of you before you left. Such a pretty little girl you were.
Is there something I can do for you, miss? As you can see, we're in quite a hurry.
Don't be rude, Bastilla. Oh, I didn't mean to take up your time. I just wanted to ask you if your mother's condition has improved any since I saw her.
My mother's condition?
Oh, you don't know? Oh dear, I just thought... I assumed that she had found you. When I talked to her last, she was desperate to find you.
I've not seen my mother since I joined the Order. Do you know what's happened? Did you say anything about my father?
I'm sorry, dear, but your mother is very ill, so she told me. She didn't say anything about your father, however. I didn't see him.
I see. Where did you meet her? Do you remember?
She's here on Tatooine, dear, in the cantina. You really should go see her, considering her condition. I guess we should go see your mother, Bastilla.
Part of me would rather not see her at all. But if she's really sick, well, we shall see.
Of course, this could be a Sith setup. We could be about to just walk into an ambush. Look at that. Turn it. You Gundafaska. Customers are talking. That's better. Hello, customer. Buy from Mick Tunanjus and save your credits? Yes, save, because you never know when situations turn all around. Look at Zerka. We hear, well, things are not well on Outpost Kashyyyk. We're sure you know. I want to ask you a few questions. We're here to serve. What do you need to know? Do you know anything about Tatooine? Not as much as we should. If we knew more, we would have better business. Travelers like us best. Settlers don't have much to trade. We don't travel far on Tatooine itself, you see. The weather is not like our home. Too dry. Way too dry. Who would I ask to get more information? Always trust the locals, even if they don't trust you. They're the ones that really know what's going on. That's true on any world. Let's get back to my other questions. We're here to serve. What do you need to know? Heard any off-world rumours? Just what everyone else talks about. Taris and the Sith and the stirring of change. Could be good for business, could be bad for business. All that we know is that wise people keep low and stay out of the way. Something to always remind your other half, if you have one. Just show me what you have for sale. Yes, of course. We don't want to keep you from your important business. Please, have a look. Oh, I will have those life support packs, gladly. I would also like some computer spikes, but I don't think they're going to have them. No. Never mind. Hello there, Captain. Let's see. Ah, yes, here it is. It looks like the shipment has been delivered to your ship, as requested. Oh, I skipped something. Well, let me see. Docking Bay 32, check. Crate 42B. Sorry, 42B7, check. Manifest list, Lifeform Gzika. Everything seems to be in order. Excuse me, did you say Gzika? It says right here on the manifest that you ordered a crate of Gzika to be delivered to Docking Bay 32. That's right here. Now all I need is your thumbprint for the... Wait a second. Where did the datapad go? Sigh. Nothing is ever organised around here. At any rate, the Gzika are yours. One of the loaders said the crate split open once you put it in your hold. Some of the critters might have gotten loose. That happens, I'm afraid. We don't accept liability and we certainly couldn't take the cargo back. Enjoy. Talk to T3, he might make those. That's a good point. I'm pretty sure he only makes individual ones, though. I don't think I can ask him for a crate of computer spikes. The Gzika looks at you curiously, cooing. Pet it. You scratch a little critter behind its nubs and that pass for ears, and it coos enthusiastically in response. Play a game with the Gzika. You play a game of peekaboo with the little creature, hiding your face behind your hands and startling it each time you appear. What fun. The Gzika looks at you curiously, cooing. Leave it alone. The Gzika looks disappointed at the lack of attention and hops away. I'm not quite sure why this has happened, but this has happened. At the very least, it doesn't look like our ship is under immediate threat of anything in particular from their presence. Oh, just the droid I was looking for. Can you construct a programming spike for me, T3? Beep beep, beeple beep beep, whoop. Can you construct a programming spike for me, T3? Beep beep, beeple beep beep, whoop. Maybe I can keep doing that. I wonder when, if at all, I'll be told I've had as many as I can take. Well, I'll stop after 10 anyway, if I get that far. I think we're on 8 now. Probably better double check that programming spike is in fact computer spike. I assume they're the same thing. Yep. Well, that's convenient. Is there something you want? Do you know anything about dealing with Gzika? I know nothing of what you speak.
How may I be of assistance?
Do you know if anything can be done about all these
I
Gzika?
do not know how to help you with that. I am sorry.
I want to ask you some questions. Never mind. Who else could I ask? I could ask Mission?
Yeah, what do you want?
Have you seen all these Gzika on the ship?
So deal with it. Why are you asking me about it?
Hey there. What?
Do you know anything about these Gzika creatures?
Are you sure you want to ask me about that?
Yes. Has this actually been added to my mission log? The Trouble with Gzika. So this is obviously a parody of The Trouble with Tribbles, a very well-known episode of the original series of Star Trek. The fates seem to be conspiring against you. The disorganized port authorities in Tatooine appear to have shipped a delivery of Gzika to the Ebonheart's hold, and there doesn't appear to be any way to give them back. The dockworker mentioned that some of the Gzika escaped, which certainly doesn't sound good. I mean, they don't seem to be doing any harm.
Got something on you.
He's been around a long time. Surely he has some thoughts. Have you seen all these Gzika we have on board?
I have no idea what you're talking about, Rambo. What do you say? Got something on.
While we're on the subject, or while we're speaking to him, I should say, what do you think of Sunry's verdict?
You defended him well enough. I wish we had time to look into matters more fully, but wishing is only useful for the young and idealistic. What's done is done. The Republic will likely appeal the matter eventually, and he'll be free. I just would like to know if that's best. Sunry was a good man once, and a good friend. I'll miss him. I don't want to talk about this anymore. My jaw aches.
Interesting. So he still thinks that there may be something we didn't uncover then?
How can I help? Then I said...
Yes, what's on your...
Do you know if anything can be done about all these Gzika?
I'm not really sure. You can figure it out on your own, can't you?
Okay. I think this is just a thing now. I wonder what they eat, and whether that's going to become a problem. Right, let's sort out our party.
I'm here.
Oh, Bastilla's leveled. Right, what powers do we want to endow her with? Destroy droid is pretty good. I'm not convinced by advanced throwing of the lightsaber. And again? I'm still not convinced by advanced throwing of the lightsaber. Yeah, I think we want force armor because that's going to be very useful if we do any dueling against, for example, a certain Dark Jedi apprentice. How do we leave? Through here, probably. Docking bay mechanic. That's probably where I could have bought computer spikes from, if T3 hadn't provided us with a load.
I heard about your Manan win. I'm surprised the Tatooine track was able to attract a racer of your ability.
Speaking of which, I would quite like to do that. Anchorhead, sure different than they said when I was recruited. I can't make a life here. That human woman, I am outraged at her arrogance. You, do all of your species place yourselves on such annoying pedestals? I'm sorry, what are you talking about? You should be sorry for sharing a species with that creature. I swear, Helena must be your word for Pit Rancor. Helena Bastilla, isn't that your mother's name?
Her mother was supposed to be here somewhere. Ask if they've seen her.
Seen her? Human, you can't miss her if you tried. She strolled into the cantina like she owned the place. Is she still... sorry, is she still there? Probably. I don't think anyone else could top her attitude, so she won't be leaving. I won't be going back while she's there, though.
We should try to find her. I doubt she wants to be kept waiting.
You're actually looking for her? You humans, you're all out of your minds. This is seeming more and more like an ambush that's being very overacted. Where is this cantina? You come, you go, we scavenge, we come back, you go, we scavenge.
Lord Malak was most displeased when he learned you had escaped Taris alive. He has promised a great reward to whoever destroys you.
Okie dokie.
The Force fights with me!
We're actually taking quite a bit of damage here. Right, focus on one opponent. Uh-oh. Good. Right, that didn't go brilliantly, but we won. We won the day. Data pad. Right, we should give that a read. The datapad contains detailed descriptions of you and Bastilla. It also has a brief message. Bastilla's escaped Taris. Whoever can find and dispose of her and her Jedi companion will be greatly rewarded by Lord Malak himself. Okay, so that confirms that they are actually looking for me specifically now. We'd suspected that for a long time, but we'd never actually had positive proof until now. Not ideal. Oh, we already have the entire map. And there's a cantina. To the Dune Sea. Right, we should probably prioritise the ambush / meeting Bastilla's mother. And then maybe the swoop bike racing?
What can I do? What?
The only slight problem is that, given that there may be combat in there, goodness me, look at the wall. There certainly may be combat in there. I should probably wait until we've recovered our force points. It's only sensible. That should do. We have most of our force points back. As long as the Dark Jedi Apprentice isn't there, we should be fine. Helena.
I'm sorry, do I know you?
I am here, Mother, but don't you recognize me?
What do you expect when I haven't so much as had a picture of you since you left? Do you know how long I've been trying to find you?
You knew as well as I communication would be impossible once I joined the Order. Now what is this about? Where is Father?
Then you haven't heard. I should have known.
Has something happened to him? Are you going to tell me or not?
Your father is dead, Bastilla. It is part of the reason why I was looking for you.
Dead? What happened? What did you do to him?
Isn't this a lovely reunion? Already she's flinging insults at me. Tell me, you're one of her friends. Do you treat your mother this way?
My mother is long dead, if you must know.
Is that so? Well, I'll be joining her soon enough, I suppose.
I was told you were sick. Are you actually dying, or is this merely melodrama for my benefit?
Such sweet things, you say. Perhaps I should tell you everything first before we start arguing again.
You could start by telling me what you got Father into that killed him.
I hadn't realized Jedi was so spiteful. You want me to tell you I brought your father here for an expedition, do you? You want to blame me for his death? You never accepted that your father loved going on his treasure hunts, leaving you alone with me. I was always to blame for everything. What else is new? So yes, fine. I brought your father here to look for great dragon pearls. He took an expedition into the Tatooine desert, and he died.
How can you be sure of that? father is an experienced...
Do you think I would look for you if I wasn't sure? They were attacked by a crate dragon, and one of the guides fled the battle. He saw your father killed.
I see. So what do you want from me? Credits?
Don't be insulting. I want you to use those senses of yours. I want you to find him. I want you to bring back his holocron.
Why? So you can sell it?
Is it too much to ask that I have something to remember your father by? Of course it is, isn't it? You couldn't be bothered.
We're very busy on a mission from the Jedi Council. I doubt I'll have the time. Ask my companions if you doubt me.
Don't you want to find your father's remains, Bastilla?
What remains would there be? Great dragons are huge predators, easily able to devour a human, and the desert is a harsh environment. Finding my father's remains would be an even more impossible task than finding his holocron, an ignoble end to a fine man.
What about your mother's sickness?
It doesn't seem to have anything to do with what she's asking. Are you actually sick, Mother?
What difference does it make to you? None, I'm sure. Just find your father's holocron, and you won't have to worry about me again either way.
That's the kind of response I would expect. Very well. We'll look for the holocron if we have time. I can't promise any more than that.
I believe your father was headed north towards the Sand People Enclave. I would check along that route, dear. Do please hurry.
Okie doke. I mean, it's as good a start as any, I guess. Why would you bother we of Jawa under Isis? Yours do not care for ours. Do you miss we that are taken? No. We that are taken? Some of your people are missing? Is this interest? Not from your kind. Though Isis thinks otherwise. Speak to him if you're acting and pretending. Jawas are tired of giant speak. Might as well slave to the Gaffi. So you trade. But what is that if no help? Missed the end of that. Probably no help comes of it or something like that. Where's Isis then? I don't see them in here. Another named NPC though, Gandroff.
Well, now, what can Gandroff do for you? It's been a while since I've had anyone bother talking to me. Usually it's some kid wondering what my old racing days were like when I was back on Taris. Seems like a long time.
I want to ask a few questions if you have the time.
I'm not sure what I have that you would be interested in. I'm just an old swoop jock that doesn't have the head for it anymore.
I want to ask about you and racing.
Ah, something I know. Well, something I used to know. My racing days are behind me. Gandalf is the name.
Is this the best place for racing?
The best place to race is wherever the track treats you sweet and your times are golden. It's that simple. You get hung up on any one track and he'll end up like me. My favorite stop was Taris. Always look forward to going back. Now, I don't want to touch my bike at all. Maybe I wasn't in the winner's circle lately, but I still race for sport, you know?
What made Taris any different than here?
I don't want to get into that, miss. Let's just say that there was always someone at trackside rooting for me. That doesn't matter now. You can't ask for more certain closure than the whole planet being gone. Poof, boom, gone.
How long did you race?
Oh, well, past my prime by any measure. I started late, too. Not like the kids out there now. Some of them are too young.
Why do you think that?
It's a cutthroat business. I've seen some of them burn out after a year. They get dangerous and don't live long. That's not everyone, of course, but it happens. I'm a has-been, I'll admit, but dying while you're on top is still dying. I'll pass.
What can you tell me about the other races?
I don't really talk to any of them. I know Zara's from the circuit, and we couldn't ask for a tougher lady. She's smart, too. I don't know the younger guys, but I've been watching Nico. Good to see someone doing it for the love of the race.
Let's go back to my first questions.
All right, then.
Oh wait, I think I just missed a question there. What makes him different from the others? What makes him any different than the others?
I don't know, but some people just have something that lets the bite take them. It's like the air stops pushing back. That's an old track tale, you know, when the wind decides to stop fighting. I used to have that. Not anymore.
Let's go back to my first questions.
All right, then.
I'm looking for something. Who knows this planet best?
Ask me again in a few years, and it'll be me. I'm probably not going back out on this circuit. There is one. But for now, I don't know any more than the next guy. Well, you should try the locals. Jawas, maybe. Funny little guy.
I have to leave. Goodbye.
Keep safe. Yep. Seems like tough times are coming.
Junix and Nard.
Huh? Who are you then? Only new people that come to Junix Nard's cantina are long-time losers and bounty hunters. I don't have to tell you why the two don't mix well. Please keep any blaster fire to a minimum.
I want to ask about things here on Tatooine.
What, did some Zerka promoter tell you to come to this planet? I pity you if you were expecting a prosperous mining outpost. Nothing here but sand and more sand. There's a little hunting and racing, but nothing that'll make a small man rich.
Tell me about racing.
I don't deal with any of that. Mata the Hutt has a lock on everything race-related on Tatooine. You deal with him, or you don't race.
I've got some questions about hunting.
Well, there are two kinds of hunting on Tatooine. Hunting raid and hunting people. Both are dangerous, and both have certain restrictions. You'll need a Zerka hunting license, even though most hunters deal with Faza at the lodge once they have the paperwork squared away.
Where is Faza's lodge?
Faza's is northwest of here, north of the Zerka office. He'll steer you towards the Zerka for a license before dealing with you. After that, he'll buy the trophies you collect. I don't know what he does with it all, but guess he makes a living somehow.
Where does Zerka Corporation give out the licenses?
They maintain an office west of here in central Anchorhead. That's about all they maintain these days.
Let's go back to my first questions.
All right, then. Just keep it brief, will you? I got customers.
Anything out of the ordinary happening?
I suppose you're fishing for a reaction to the destruction of Taris. That's all anyone from Off-World is talking about. Well, I'll tell you, it's about time someone kicked the Republic in the tail and got things moving. I guess the Sith are the ones that do it. Don't get me wrong, all those deaths were horrible. The war gets the money moving. Maybe they'll decide to fortify us out here.
Know about anything more local?
No.
No, you don't know, or no, you won't tell me?
Just no. I don't look for trouble. You'll have to talk to people yourself if you want more than that. You don't mind?
I have to go. Goodbye.
Yeah.
Interesting. Wondering what we should do next. We should probably prioritize Astilla's father over the swoop racing. But at the same time, there was this Jawa we were told to speak to. We also wanted to speak to someone about finding artifacts.
Please, will you help me? I have nothing left.
What do you need? Omnivora Sana. I'll help if I can.
Oh, thank you. I don't have anywhere else to turn. If you're down and out on Tatooine, you're on your own. My husband was a hunter, killed out on the dunes. This raid plate is all I have left. Please, will you buy it? I don't need a handout. I just can't sell it to Faza without a license. Please, I'm worried about having it. It's so rare.
I want to ask about your husband's death.
I still can't believe he's gone. What do you want to know?
Who was he? Tell me about him.
His name was Ward Fizzard. He used to work in the mines, but they scaled back last year. He was new to hunting, but he was a good fighter. Used to be a soldier. We spent everything on his gear. After a few trips, he didn't come back. Guards say his sandcrawler crew found his body stripped of everything.
Any leads on who killed him?
Nobody saw anything, and most of the other hunters never even knew him. He had just started. I don't trust any of them. But those Gamorreans, they just laugh when they see me. I think they did it.
You aren't looking for vengeance?
It doesn't matter. There's no justice on Tatooine. I don't care what happens to them. I just need credits. I've got to think about my family, not those vicious pigs.
It's a shame I can't just give her money without buying the plate off of her. Let's talk about what to do with this plate.
Will you buy it? I can't sell it myself. They're worth more than 500 credits.
Perhaps I will buy it from you, or I have to go. Goodbye. I think I will buy it from you.
Will? Oh, thank you so much. Please, I know it's worth at least 500 credits.
That may not be true, but clearly she needs money. I'll pay you what you want. Here.
Thank you. I hope it is enough. You've been a great help. I appreciate it. My children will too.
Wow. Sometimes helping people feels pretty good, you know?
Thank you for helping this woman. It may not seem like such a great thing to you, but you are making a difference.
For whatever it means, may the Force be with you. You saved us.
Okie dokie. Right, that's a spaceport. Hunting lodge. Actually, no, that's not the license authority, is it? Zerka office, swoop bike racing, cantina. June C, droid shop. Let's try the spaceport again. It's possible there was a Jawa there that I walked past, since I wouldn't have been looking at the time. Nope, don't look like it. Let's take a look at this plate we bought. No idea where it will be, mind you. That's the point, we haven't noticed any Pazak players on this planet yet. Oh, I still have the Enviro suit, that's nice. You'd have thought it would have been a bit too cumbersome to carry about all the time, though. Show new items. don't see it. I just realised the new items are probably the items that I haven't looked at in the inventory yet. That's probably how the game's managing it. So if I look at every item, then close the inventory and reopen it, hopefully that will clear them all. I don't see the item we're looking for, though. You passed it. It's Sharina Hulak plate. Oh, thank you. There it is. Sharina's raid plate. This is the incredibly dense bone skull plate of a Tatooine desert raid. No indication of what its monetary value is yet, though. Yep, that also does seem to have cleared all the new items. Circuit office. You'll be hearing about this, you Zerka puppet. I'm not going to let this drop. You can't just murder a whole village. And don't tell me to take my concerns to your corporate kiosk. I know when I'm not wanted. What's going on here? Who are you? I'm done talking in this office. They aren't interested in listening to me. I doubt they'll even acknowledge I was here. Typical corporate evasion. That's what happens when they own everything. No accountability. Don't even bother bringing it up. Do you know what? That's put me off giving them any more money if I can help it. At least for the foreseeable future. Don't you believe a word of what Zerka Corporation said in there? There is always a peaceful solution to conflict. They are just lazy. What do you mean? What are you talking about? Zerka miners have been attacked by sand people, so the company Zerka Corporation wants them killed. They didn't ask you to do... I missed that. The sand people aren't animals. I've watched them and they are intelligent. There must be a way to peacefully stop the attacks. I know it. But no one will try. Of course, you can't even leave the seat without Zerka approval, and they want the sand people dead. Why would you know any better? Perhaps I'm no expert on diplomatic situations, but I know when there is a lack of due care for the environment and the residents of it. What would you have done to the sand people? It must have seemed like an invasion. There were no negotiations for territory or resources. I don't think the killing has been justified, but a conservationist, I'm hoping, someone at least tries to talk this out. Sorry, but as a conservationist. Why hasn't anyone tried talking to them? Well, there is a small matter that they don't seem to speak a language that your average translator can understand. Is that their fault? There was even a Jedi here a few years ago that couldn't seem to get through to them. I think that ended in blood too. I'm not saying it would be easy, but someone has to try, maybe with a real translation droid, not those old protocol scrap heaps walking around. Who would have a capable droid? They're pretty rare, even on well-stocked worlds, but I'm sure I heard something about an unusual droid in the shop here on Tatooine. I'm sure I heard Yukalaka say that it could speak a Sand People dialect, although he's, say, the Rust something or other. With that droid, maybe you could talk to them. I wouldn't survive. Maybe with a Desert Rose's disguise, someone could get into their enclave. Where would that enclave you mentioned be? What, it's no secret where they are. The attacks get worse the further southwest in the Dune Sea you go. Then people die on both sides. Where would you get robes to match theirs? I suppose you could take them off the warrior raiders in the Dune Sea, but there's no way I'd survive anything like that. Plus, you would have to explain why you killed their warriors if you're trying to make peace, but I suppose there is no other way. Maybe I'll look into it. Sure, that's what Zerka Corporation keeps saying. And then they just start shooting again. The fight won't stop until they are all dead. Or until the Zerka leave. The one is as likely as the other with the ways things are going. Bah, what do I know? Interesting. To the droid shop. Does this mean we'll get a final playable character? Am I going the right way or not? I am. Through here, I think? No. No, further along. Actually, since we're going past the cantina, let's ask that Jawa again about who we should speak to. Come on, Bastilla. What was that in the sky just then? Huh. Are those spaceships? They actually look more like planes, don't they? Hmm. Isis starts to know you will not help and fades his hopes. Is that your leader? Where is he? Isis stands at the walls that hold out the sand. They listen poorly there too. Your kind hide missed that. Jawas are tired of giant speak. Might as well slave to the Gaffi, so you trade. But what is it that if no help is given? Right, so to the droid shop and also try and speak to this Isis. HK-47.
Greeting. Hello to you, prospective purchaser. I am referred to as HK-47, a fully functional Science-Tech Corporation droid skilled in both combat and protocol functions. Query. Would you be so kind as to purchase this model from Ukalaka? It would serve my purposes to be removed from his ownership.
You mentioned battle and protocol. Outline your functions.
Refusal. It is not desirable for me to reveal core functions while still in the possession of Ukalaka, prospective purchaser. It is sufficient to say that I am a fully capable translator and cultural analyst, and I am also proficient in personal combat.
Why are you keeping information to yourself?
Explanation. I have been recently fitted with a restraining bolt, if you must know. With it in place, access to much of my memory core is restricted. Not to mention that the fool Ithorian might raise his asking price if he knew more, or make inquiries into my history. Neither outcome is beneficial to me.
Access to your memory is restricted?
Statement. Indeed, it is possible that the Ithorian placed the restraining bolt on me to prevent my return to a previous owner. It is also possible that the removal of the bolt will not restore memory functions. Without my memory, I do not know if I know the answer. Do not interpret this as a reduction of my worth, however. My capabilities are quite expansive.
I know you'll be loyal once the restraining bolt is removed. Well, I mean, he's essentially a involuntary slave with it installed, so... Alright, I'll see about purchasing you.
Statement. The fool Ithorian has decided I am to be an expensive purchase. He does this out of greed, and not out of knowledge of my true capabilities. Advisement. I have observed him. He is a coward, and will be responsive to aggressive bargaining.
Does Yukalaka know you talk about him like this?
Statement. I wish only to be purchased and away from ill treatment at the hands of this poorly skilled mechanic. I have no desire to be subtle. Qualification. Oh, of course I shall be quite pleasant to you should you purchase me. Please.
Why do I have concerns about purchasing this droid? Where's the owner? Oh, there he is. Yukalaka. What is this, a customer? I don't recognize. Perhaps you bring off-world money to Yukalaka. Yukalaka. Tatooine. Based. Droid. Merchant. What do you have available in your shop? You're lucky to have come at this time. I have one droid ready to go. I just took possession of it. An HK-47. It's a fine protocol translator. I think it's been modified. It claims to understand the Sand People dialect, and also some minor armor mounts. Sorry, also has some armor mounts. Combat ready, perhaps. Let me ask a few questions about HK-47. Of course, let me just say that every function I've tested has performed perfectly. Those that I could find, anyway. You don't seem to know much about it. The unit has been a little uncooperative. They get that way when they get too long without a memory wipe.
The unit proves even more uncooperative once we purchase it.
You can leave it alone if you find its mannerisms amusing. It might be a little eccentric, but it's stable. Why haven't you wiped its memory? I would have, but I can't seem to access any inner circuits. It's definitely built for security and built to last. At any rate, it claims it doesn't have access to its own memory core anyway. Could be telling the truth, it's hard to say. What functions have you tested? I haven't examined its programming, but I've made some observations. It has obvious protocol and translation skills, including Sand People dialects, apparently. Surprisingly, it also handles weapons exceptionally well. I'd even say it's seen combat, but it won't tell. Stubborn thing, it needs to sell itself better. 2 moisture farmers have been in, but it just about stood there. Oh, sorry, but it just stood there. What does the HK-47 designation mean? Haven't got a clue. It doesn't match any protocol or utility standard. I assume it's a retired model. I'd tell you to ask the thing yourself, but it's pretty stubborn. Quality construction, though. Where did you get this HK-47? I acquired the droid from a friend that manages an off-world Zerka warehouse. It was in trade for a debt he owed.
Gee, that doesn't sound suspicious at all. Warehouse workers have a bad habit of paying off their debts with other people's property, you know?
He said no one would miss it. Might have been surplus. It doesn't look like it was Zerka made, though. I'm interested. Let's talk price. It's a very solid machine, in good shape. I can't let it go for less than 5,000 credits. Could I convince you to lower the price a bit? 4,000 credits, not a credit less. That was quick. Desperate to sell? No, not really, but the first figure really was a little high. You never know, the occasional person bites right away. I still can't pay that, I'm not interested. Well then we are done talking. I can't go lower than that. Let's get back to my... not interested, goodbye. Of course, but remember I'm here. You'll not find another droid like the one I'm selling. Susceptible to aggressive bargaining, eh?
Greeting. Hello to you, prospective purchaser. I am referred to as HK-47, a fully functional Science Tech Corporation droid skilled in both combat and protocol functions. Query. Would you be so kind as to purchase this model from Yukalaka? It would serve my purposes to be removed from his ownership.
I'm not familiar with Systech Corporation. What else do they make?
Answer. With the restraining bolt in place, I do not have access to my memory core. I suspect, however, by the fine quality of my manufacture, that they are a prestigious company indeed. I suspect I am of unique construction, or perhaps I was intended for a very specific customer. How I ended up here, I can hardly say. It is sufficient to say that I am a fully capable translator and cultural analyst, and I am also proficient in personal combat.
Why are you keeping information to yourself? We've already asked. Let's get back to my previous questions.
Objection. My functions are wasted here, prospective purchaser. I will answer your queries, but I assure you, I am better utilized elsewhere.
Sell yourself, droid. Why would I need you? No need. We already know we need him for translation. Alright, I'll see about purchasing you.
Statement. The fool Ithorian has decided I am to be an expensive purchase. He does this out of greed, and not out of knowledge of my true capabilities. Advisement. I have observed him. He is a coward, and will be responsive to aggressive bargaining.
Does Yukalaka know you talk about him like this?
Statement. I wish only to be purchased, and away from ill treatment at the hands of a poorly skilled mechanic. I have no desire to be subtle. Qualification. Oh, of course I shall be quite pleasant to you, should you purchase me, please.
Welcome back. Yes, I knew you'd return. I still have that droid available. The HK-47 is a good deal. Let me ask a few questions about the HK-47. Of course, let me just say that every function I've tested has performed perfectly, those that I could find anyway. You don't seem to know much about it. Let's talk price. I started too high last time, let's go with 4,000 credits. Drop the price or I'll see you dead. Bit harsh. Come now, think of the advertising you'll get from me. People will think I was a fool to sell at such a price. I will not. I started too high last time. Let's go with 4,000.
And if the unit...
Oh, I can't even use Force Persuade anymore. And I'm not going to threaten to take his life, so I'll just have to pay the 4,000. 4,000 is fair, I'll pay it. You will? I mean, of course you will. Let me just withdraw those credits. Hey, you weren't lying. Well, thank you very much. Just go over and talk to it. I'll deactivate the restraining bolt when you take possession. It's a good purchase, especially if it actually speaks a Sand People dialect, like it said. Of course, I don't think it was telling me everything. Not many droids are programmed to lie, though. Thanks, goodbye. Oh, thank you, most definitely. I just want to check. Was it Tatooine that Mission's brother was last seen on? It was Tatooine, so if this is another party member, that presents a problem. Also, I don't think it's normal practice to remove a droid's restraining bolt after you've bought it, because it's a restraining bolt that assures their loyalty. I mean, it's considered to be immoral, but given that I don't think my character up to this point had stated that they didn't agree with restraining bolts, it's a strange thing for him to volunteer so unprompted.
Statement. I see you have purchased me, Master. I find this a satisfactory arrangement. My restraining bolt will be deactivated when you take possession of me. Am I to accompany you now? Shall I kill something for you?
Kill something for me?
Answer. Indeed. I am most eager to engage in some unadulterated violence. At your command, of course, Master.
Travel with me now.
Statement. into your service now, Master. I am certain you will make adequate use of my primary functions. My gears are practically quivering with anticipation.
HK47 has joined your party. I'll stick with the current party configuration for now. But that means we've unlocked every character now. Unless there's a second screen I don't know about. Right, next thing is to speak to the Jawa, whose name I keep forgetting. Ixis, I think? Is this? Something along those lines. Light side adjustment, -5. Oh, for a specific ability, I see. Isis. You there, of your kind, can you help Isis of Jawa? There are troubles from ghosts among the sands. Isis of Jawa. Jawa leader? Question mark? Could you be clear? I'm having trouble understanding you. Oh, what is it that you want, Jawa? It is I am, leader of the tribe that is mine. You're the same in kind, a leader that stands before your tribe? There are troubles that we have. The giants made of sand. They are horned ghosts that take us away. Giants made of sand? Sand people? This is how you know them. Giants are different for us. We being smaller. People of sand are who I mean. So Isis, what do you want me to do? There have been no help given by asking the great group that digs with machines. Now Isis asks you. I ask that you find us and then bring away from the people of the sand. Then we offer a trade with you. Long have we scavenged among you and those that came before. We have things you will like for the service. Why have they taken your people? We find things, and they use them. Jawa's slaves serving. They lead us with the whip and gaffy.
So these Jawas are scavengers who were enslaved by the Sand People. I think I am beginning to understand his plight.
With the group that digs, we trade and are free. With people of the sand, we serve and die. We prefer you. A few more questions, alright? Isis answers hoping you will free the tribe that he holds. Tell me about those that came before. You stand on Anchorhead, a place named and named again. You come to dig, but it was already dug. Settled over and over. Also long ago, ships fell after battles above. Now we scavenge and find the pieces.
It could be that this Jawa knows things about this planet's history that the Republic has no inkling of.
You dig the ore and dirt. In time from now we will dig you, just like digging those that came before. I'll check it out when I leave the city. Goodbye. Isis hopes you have the luck you need. We still haven't had a lead on the main quest, unfortunately. But otherwise I think we're set to go. Only thing that slightly worries me is the problem I mentioned before, that we can only have 2 companions, but it seems like there are 3 party members that... Sorry, 3 members of our roster that are relevant to this world. There's Bastilla, Mission, and HK47, our newest addition.
No one leaves Anchorhead without proper authorization.
Where would I get authorization?
Only one place, and it means dangerous work. Go to the Zerka office for a hunting license. They sell them for Faz's Lodge.
What do you know about Faz's Lodge?
Faz's is north of the Zerka office. You'll need a hunting license to deal with him. He'll just send you to the Zerka office to get one.
You want to let me pass. It's my risk.
I want to let you pass. I really do. But I can't. You can't imagine how sorry I am. It's just that, and I'm sick about this, I have to swipe the gate lock with your authorization. I haven't got a choice.
I'll just go then.
See the Zerka office for authorization.
Interesting that failed. What did I get stuck on there? Alright, looks like I am going to have to pay for one of these hunting licenses. I don't have much choice. Although I do wonder what authority the Zerka Corporation has to prevent people from moving freely. Greta Holder. Yes, what is it? If this is about mining or sand people, you go to the Zerka offices. I just managed the storehouse. Ah, okay. I have to go. Goodbye. Bye then. Come back if you need any supplies.
Can I help you? These are the offices of the Zerka Corporation. I trust you have business with the company. If this is about employment, I'm afraid all regular mining positions are full. And before you ask, we are also no longer selling hunting licenses.
Ah. I want to ask about hunting licenses.
As I said, we are no longer selling them. There are too many people cavorting about outside the walls as it is.
There was no way to get a license?
Well, normally we charge 200 credits, but I could make an exception if you agreed to perform a task for us. It's similar to hunting. The sand people are becoming a problem. They destroy our sand crawlers and kill our miners. One particular tribe is the worst. It's as if their chieftain has decided to wage war against us. I would like their attacks terminated. Bring me their gaffy sticks as proof. If you agree to do this, I'll give you a hunting license now and pay a bounty for each stick later. I'll give a bonus for the chieftains.
I will agree to do this for you.
Excellent. Now, just so we understand each other, this is an enforceable contract. Zerka Corporation takes this very seriously. Here's your license, and a few directions. We believe one of their enclaves is in the far south of the Dune Sea. You might try following one of our sand crawlers. They're regularly attacked. I wouldn't mind you escorting them.
Yep, this may be an enforceable contract, but the contract, as stated, was that I would get the license in return for terminating the attacks, and you would pay me a bounty on any sticks I return. So if I return no sticks, I get no bounty, but there's been no breach of contract. All I have to do is terminate the attacks, and I can do so peacefully if I can achieve that. I'll go get to it then.
Very good. Zerka Corporation looks forward to your future business.
Right, let's see what we can do for Bastilla's mother. Oh, I probably shouldn't go out there without translation help. Yeah, I think I have to drop mission, which is a shame because I think mission may have very relevant things to contribute. But I can't really risk being approached by sand people without a translator with me. His alignment concerns me. Combat droid. I hope he can actually... Wait, did I select him? I'm not sure I did. I hope he can actually translate. If you want, I can tell you when you'll need mission. If it's the case that if I miss the opportunity to have mission with us, then that's it. I never get the chance again. That part of the game's cut off from me. Then, if it looks like I'm about to go forwards and miss that opportunity, then please would you let me know. Otherwise, don't let me know. You know, if it happens that I have her with me when it's important anyway, or if in fact I could go back and do that at any time, don't let me know. If that's alright.
Acknowledgement.
If I'm here for sure, I'll do that. Thank you. Droid upgrade class 2. That's a point. We should have a bunch of droid upgrades which we've just not been using. He probably would benefit from dexterity more than constitution. I would say. Sniper shot, you think? Yeah, that's probably a good call. I notice he doesn't get features very often though when he upgrades. Improved sniper shot. Blimey. Lots of leveling. Master sniper shot. Okay, the number of feats he's getting does seem to be increasing. Oh my goodness, so many levels. It just keeps going. Not that I'm complaining. There we go. I hope I haven't created a monster. Right, we should give him the best of whatever we have. I don't think either of those really improve things that he would be... that we would be turning to him to do anyway. Although I suppose the counter argument would be we don't have anyone else to do these tasks while he's in the party.
What?
Right, let's keep going.
No one leaves Anchorhead without proper authorization.
I have proper authorization.
Well, let's see it. Come on.
Here's my hunting license.
All right. I'll just scan that and you're off. I'll keep it on file, too. Good luck out there. You'll need it.
Any better weapons for him? Good point. Very good point. What's he using currently? A flamethrower. Wait, that's not his weapon. He's currently using a blaster rifle. I'm sure we can do better than that. Getting better. Mandalorian assault rifle. That's probably the best we have.
I'm here.
Slight improvement.
Hello there. You're heading out into the desert? You're a hunter, right? You must be if you've been allowed to leave Anchorhead. When you see Tanis, and I know you know him, tell him his wife hopes he enjoys the anniversary gift.
Anniversary gift? What are you talking about?
Just a little something to remember me by. Something that symbolizes our years together. Something that will blow up in his face. Of course, he'll never understand how appropriate it is. He can't talk his way out of this one. He's not smart enough.
You sound like you're planning to kill him.
Oh, I'm through planning. I just left him a little mess that he has to take care of. If he's smart, he'll be just fine. But he's not smart.
I have to go.
I'm sure you do. Like I said, when you see him, tell him his wife Marlena says hello.
That was very concerning. Doesn't seem like the happiest marriage, does it? Is that some sort of force field we can't cross? Zerka marker post. A vast expanse of desert stretches before you, with no markers or any indication of life. It will be a death trap for anyone wandering aimlessly. Okay, so I'm not actually being... The game's forcing me to stay within those bounds, but the law of the world isn't. That is to say, it's notioning my character's choice. A small group of sand people ambush you. We can't talk? Oh dear. Oh wait, I've just realised how injured Bastilla is. Let's get some healing. Bastilla, are you just standing there doing nothing? Yes. She is not doing well.
I'm here.
Oh, that won't work. We've run out of force points. Bastilla's going to have to use a life support kit. Alternatively... Oh wait, no force points. I just said that. So that won't work. Okay, she may have saved herself with that. A party member is down. Oh no. This isn't going well. Oh, I'm targeting the wrong one here. Good thing Navarro's a tank. Okay, we should win now. You can't use med packs, that's not allowed. Med packs are for the player characters. Oh dear. That was nearly a complete disaster. Oh, and we can't even loot them. We can't even loot them to get the ropes we need. Oh dear. Yeah, as boring as it sounds, I think we just have to wait here for our force points to recover so that we can then use some force healing. I suppose I could use some more of the med packs, actually. How many normal med packs do we have? Quite a few. Let's heal up using them.
I'm here.
There we go. Now everyone's up to health. Onwards? Can I really not loot them? I really can't loot them, can I? What a pity. Right, let's find out what's going on over here. And whether we can help. Is that the poor husband? What was his name? Tanis?
Anyone out there? Could you help? I seem to be, doomed.
Tanis Ven.
Hey there, thanks for stopping. I appreciate it. I've been stuck without water for hours. Wasn't looking good. I don't remember you from Faz's Club. You new to Anchorhead? Could you maybe help me get out of here?
When's the last time you went to a workbench to upgrade sabers and armor? A few streams ago? What happened here?
Well, it would appear that I've worn out my welcome with my wife Marlena. She fixes my droids. Fixed them good this time.
Commentary. One would hope the female is better at repairs than Yukalaka. I still would like to crush his neck, Master.
I triggered some sort of trap she programmed. She probably figured I wouldn't be smart enough to get out. Yeah, she was right.
Why would she do this?
Something about me not following her archaic rules for proper conduct in a marriage. I swear I never saw this coming.
You don't seem too concerned about what triggered this.
Hey, I'm the victim here. I'm not sure how divorce works where you're from, but this is a little extreme, don't you think?
He has a point. He does actually have a point. What do you want me to do?
The wife put a kink in my battle droids. They're in some sort of discharge loop. And if I move from this spot, they're threatening to blow up. She knew I wouldn't know how to fix them. Could you try to do some repairs? They don't care if you move. It's just me who's stuck.
I say leave him.
You're pretty heartless for such a pretty lady, you know?
I take it back. Let's congratulate his wife.
Commentary. I say we blast the meat bag and save you the trouble, Master.
What's with all the droids lately? My wife get to you too?
Negative. I just don't like organic meat bags. Except for the Master, of course.
I'd, really appreciate a bit of help. Please?
HK-47's certainly turning out to be interesting, aren't they? As for Bastilla, I'm a little worried. She seems to be aware that this situation is most likely to lead to his death, and yet she's fine with that? Despite being a Jedi? I mean, I really do take his point that, okay, he may have provoked her, but that doesn't justify murder. I think he's absolutely right. Alright, I'll try and help out. Hold on.
Just access each droid's repair interface. You'll have to do some tinkering, but be careful. One explosion I can survive. Any more than one and I'm dead. Oh, and ignore the message Marlena left in there. No way do I deserve this, I swear.
Question is, am I safe to leave and return with someone that's much better at repair? I take it I can't change my party members now, can I? Oh, I can. Oh, wonderful. HK repair is high. It is high. I don't think it's as high as T3 M4. Actually, speaking of, no, I don't think we gave T3 any items that improve his repair, did we? We improved his security, his demolitions, and possibly his computing. Repair 10. We'll do a comparison though, since we now know that we can... Hold on, which one governs repair? Do we want intelligence or dexterity here? Ranged attack rolls, blasters, grenades increase the character's defense rating. Versus intelligence represents knowledge and reasoning. A high intelligence adds modifiers to the number of points a character has to spend on essential skills. Since we only really use T3 as a utility character for skill checks, I think we want intelligence. Although actually, we find ourselves in the situation now where we have too many points. Gearhead. We definitely want that. Still, I suppose this comes under the category of a nice problem to have. When will he stop leveling? I think he's got quite a few more levels to go. I could level his demolitions as well, it is tempting. I'm just not entirely sure what governs the maximum level a skill can go to, and therefore I don't know that I couldn't, for example, pick up a feature that would allow us to increase his skills further, for example. What would the game recommend? Improved caution. Demolitions and stealth. Yeah, okay. Maybe next time we level him we should put some points into demolition. Then he's got demolitions as a backup. As a sort of secondary skill as well. That seems reasonable. Right, he's fully leveled now. Let's just let's just compare their repair skills. Repair skill rank 17, bonus plus 9, total rank 26. Right, let's swap him out and see how that compares to HK 647. How do I do that again? It's from the map, isn't it? Bonus +2, total rank 19. Yeah, much higher. And I'll double check what I said earlier, that I haven't given him any upgrades to improve repair. I'm pretty sure that's the case. But I may as well double check that. Yeah. What I will do, I think, though, is actually remove his improvements. Since none of them really relate to combat. And we'll give those to T3. I keep forgetting how to do it. It's from the map, isn't it? Remove, add. I could give him just an absolute... So I could improve his security, which would make him more well-rounded, or I could have him have an absolutely obscene computer skill. What would his computer skill be right now? 34, my goodness. What's his security like? 20. I think for now I'll keep him like that. He can just have an absolutely obscene computer skill. Now, do I have any repair probes on me? That's a question. Play back a special message from Marlena. Running Slimeball Must Die subscript.
Having fun on the dunes, Tanis? I made sure you would. Here's the deal. Your precious droids have trapped you. They'll hold you until you die of thirst. Make a mistake while repairing them, they explode. Have a good death. My mother was right about you.
She really does seem like a horrible person, doesn't she? I accept the fact that he may have provoked her by ungentlemanly acts in marriage, shall we say. But I find her position very hard to defend as well. Probably more so. Access system status and repair functions. Automatic repair, 1 repair parts. Enter diagnostic mode to try manual repair. It's not clear which I would want, but let's try manual repair. Was this a foolish thing to do? Four, 14, 11 minus 14. No, sorry, 11-14. 31-14. Oh, I see what they're doing. 1, 4. That as in there is a single digit here and it's 4. There is 1, 4. The next one is 1, 4. Then it's 1, 1 and 1, 4. 1, 1, 1, 4. Then we have 3, 1, 1, 1, 1, 1, 4. Then we have 1, 3, 2, 1, 1, 4. And then after that it's going to be 1, 1. Oh no. They're grouping them together, I think. Up till now, they'd been doing like all the ones had been contiguous, Now this isn't contiguous. So should this be 3, 1 in different positions, then 1, 3, then 1, 2, 1, 4. So that would be that one. And then after that would have 2, 3, 4, 1, 1, 2, 1, 4. It's that one. Reconfiguring memory nodes, applying changes, analyzing. System returning to normal. Slimeball must die, subscript disabled. Awaiting group reinitialization. Well, that was interesting, wasn't it? Let's keep going. I wonder if it's the same message each time.
Having fun on the dunes, Tanis?
Looks like
I
it.
made sure you would. Here's the deal. Your precious droids have trapped you.
Right. Node 1 reports Node 2 failed. Node 2 reports Node 3 failed. Node 3 reports Node 2 failed. 2 of the above are definitely false. Compare logic to identify the only memory node that can be correct. Is it only 2 of the above are definitely false? It couldn't be all 3. Let's assume that's what they mean. What did you just do? I'm so confused. I never understood that. It's not mathematical, it's linguistic. So, if you take the number... it is it is linguistic, not mathematical, but a bit like the Fibonacci sequence that is mathematical. In theory, you could start with any number you wanted. And depending upon what number, well, pair of numbers in the case of the Fibonacci sequence you start with, you would get a different sequence. They started with the number 4. So the first member of the sequence was 4. After that, supposing you were reading it out loud, you might say 1, 4. Meaning there is 1 digit 4. Perhaps it would be clearer if, in fact, it was a letter, not a number. If it just was, say, the letter Q, you might say 1Q. There is a single Q there. So, but, as I say, you start with a number. So, 1, 4. That's your second member of the sequence. So, it's 4, 1, 4. Those are the first 2 members. Now, if you were to read out loud the second member of the sequence, you get 1, 4, 1, 1, 1, 4. Because you've got 1 and then 4. So there's 1, 1, and then there's 1, 4. So it's the second member of your sequence. Then when you go to get to your... Sorry, that's your third member of the sequence. Then when you go to your fourth member of the sequence, now you're looking at 1, 1, 1, 4. So you say 3, 1, 1, 4, and so on. You're smarter than me. I can do this puzzle, but that last one was insane. You deserve a cookie. Oh, thank you. I explained it poorly enough. I'm glad. I'm glad my explanation did actually make it a little clearer. Right, Node 1 reports Node 2 failed. Node 2 reports Node 3 failed. Node 3 reports Node 2 failed. I think the only reason that previous one is actually challenging is because it's numbers, you expect it to be a mathematical problem, and if you try to analyze it mathematically, you don't get anywhere. It's realizing that it's actually not mathematical at all, it's linguistic that's the key. The trick to solving this has to be something to do with the fact that both Node 1 and Node 3 both report that Node 2 is inaccurate. Since they both report that it's inaccurate... Hold on, when they say are definitely false, okay, so the statements are wrong. Since both those since there's two different nodes that point to Node 2 being false, there's no individual node that we could... there's no way we could make Node 2 correct. That is what I'm trying to get at. If we said that no matter which node we select as having the correct output, Node 2 could never be correct because there are two different nodes pointing to it being wrong. So Node 2 is wrong. Node 2 reports Node 3 failed. So Node 3 must be correct then. Does that make sense? Let me check. So Node 1 reports Node 2 failed. If that's incorrect though, then that means Node 2 is correct. Ah, okay, no, Node 2 is the correct one. Node 1 reports Node 2 failed, that is incorrect. Node 2 reports Node 3 failed, that is correct. Node 3 reports Node 2 failed, that is incorrect. So Node 2 is reporting accurately. Systems returning to normal. Slimeball must die subscript disabled. Awaiting group initialization. Access status and repair functions. Enter diagnostic mode to try manual repair. Listing data 2, 3, 5, 11, 13, 17, 19. These are prime numbers, aren't they? They are prime, I think, but 7's not listed. Oh, the missing value is 7. That's even the question. I was thinking that it was going to be what's the next in the sequence. The missing value is 7. That one was easier. Slimeball must die subscript disabled. Awaiting group reinitialization. Access system status and repair functions. Enter diagnostic mode to try manual repair. Power cell drain must not exceed total. Different motivators measure the same total energy pool as either 300 small pulses or 180 large pulses. Error. Upper motivator has used 100 small pulses. How many large pulses are left in the remaining fraction? Well, if it can have a total, assuming that we're being told that 300 small pulses is equal to 180 large pulses, they're the same value, or they're the same quantity, like the fact that 2 cups is equal to 1 pint, then we know that 1/3 of the small pulses has gone, so 1/3 of the large pulses has gone, so 120 large pulses. System returning to normal. Slimeball must die subscript disabled. Wonderful. I apparently don't have to do anything to start the group reinitialization. So let's swap my party out again. Let's take HK47 with us.
That was unpleasant. Thanks for your help. I'd have been a goner. Hey, and the old bat thought I was dead. Now, my dear lady, I must see to your reward. Will, earthly delight suffice? Yeah, I suppose not. You never asked me for anything, but I consider my life worth something. Please, take this. I insist.
Oh yeah, I didn't need T3 in the end. My options are that will be fine, good luck, or I think I should ask for more, or you'll give me more or you'll regret it. So I can't refuse anything. See, what I would want to do in this situation is refuse any items, but just ask as my reward that he promise not to seek vengeance. Because that's my big fear. I've just saved his life, I think quite rightly. He may have wronged her in a social sense, but he certainly didn't deserve to be killed outside of any legal process, executed. But I'm worried that he's just going to run back and shoot her or something. I mean, maybe he won't. Maybe I'm absolutely wrong about him. But given that I know nothing at all about him, and that an attempt on his life has just been made, that is my concern. That will be fine. Good luck.
Thanks again. I doubt any of those uptight hunters would have helped, and I doubt the wife is coming back. I'm heading back to the shop. I hope she left the manuals for these things behind. Ungrateful little...
Well, we did a good thing. No light side points, really? For saving somebody's life? A small group of sand people ambush you. Right, last time this went very badly, didn't it? Let's have everybody focus on a single one if we can. Ungrateful little what? What was he going to say? Yes, well, we'll never know exactly, but I think we can have a rough idea. Uh-oh, Bastilla. Use the life support. I really do not want Bastilla going down this early in the fight. Okay, that should have turned things around a bit. These sand people really mustn't be underestimated. They're pretty terrifying. Oh, poor Bastilla again. Can we ever heal Bastilla?
I'm here.
Keep up the pressure, keep up the pressure. That's the wrong one to attack. To be fair, maybe part of the reason this is so hard is because I'm not ensuring our tank gets aggro consistently enough. There's people over there. Use melee energy shields when going into a fight. That's actually a really good idea. Thank you. Don't mind me. Just having a bit of a loot. Mining team captain.
Who are you? It doesn't matter. Can you handle a blaster? It may attack again at any second. I doubt we could hold out on our own against another wave of them.
I would assume this was done by the Sand People.
You would be right. Came out of nowhere. Wait, damn it. Here they come again. How did it do that?
This is less than ideal. We haven't fully recovered from last time, even.
I'm here.
Actually, with the support of the miners, this may be a bit of a bloodbath. Not quite sure what that individual was trying to achieve. Oh my goodness. No robes to loot? Okay. Heal. Energy shield. Force wave. Get back into combat. I hope I haven't mucked this quest up already, but I just don't see what else I could have done. We just haven't been presented with the option of picking up any of their roads yet. These are warriors, not elites or holy warriors like you were fighting earlier. Oh, that makes sense. I thought it was going a bit easy. Well, let's hope it stays that way. We're running low on force points. Very low. I don't think I have enough for the energy shield this time. What happened to my force jump that's supposed to be used to close the distance? Oh well, Navarro's a tank, she should be able to take this. Let's just hope this is the last group, we may be in trouble. I think it's over. I'm a little worried to speak to them again. I feel like when I do, we may just get attacked again.
Thanks for your help. I don't think we'll try holding this position for much longer. We're not soldiers. Did the company send you? It's about time they drove these animals out.
I've agreed to try and stop the Sand People attacks.
Well, you've got a lot of work ahead of you. Do you know about that enclave in the south? Don't even try to go near it. They've taken all the Zerka weapons that were supposed to protect our sandcrawlers. That place is a fortress, a death trap. You'll have to find some way to sneak into the place. That is not my job.
Do you know anything about the Sand People?
Just that they attack everything on sight. Well, I suppose they don't attack each other, but any outsider's as good as dead. The company tried to arm us and even set up remote self-powered turrets on the mining route, but that just made things worse. not soldiers. They still kill us and then take our weapons off our corpses. They even had the Jawas disable the turrets and set them around their enclave. It's like a fortress now. I don't know how you're going to break through all of that. Me, I'd sneak in. Well, actually, I'd just get back to Anchorhead.
So, giving me pretty strong hints here that I'm supposed to sneak in one of their robes. The Sand People are using turrets?
They use whatever they scavenge. They seem to hate our technology, but they love to turn it against us. That goes for blasters and turrets too, I guess. It's not like you need to be a genius to operate them. They probably don't even bother with special settings. They just watch for people approaching and switch them on.
I have other questions about the desert.
I don't have time for this sort of thing. I'm through with the desert. You can take your people, great dragons, and crazy hunters.
Do you know anything? Oh, we've already asked that. I have to go.
Yeah, so do we. There's no way we're repairing this thing while getting attacked over and over. The desert can have it. The Jawas will salvage it eventually anyway. Then we can buy it back and start over. Makes sense to me.
Interesting. So I don't think there's any way into this machine. Is that one of those crate dragons we've heard about? No, it's one of the creatures that the hunters prey on. Any robes? Robes to be had? Doesn't look like it. Right, let's get some healing.
Yes?
Acknowledgement.
Oh, I just noticed. HK-47 isn't affected by the healing, which makes sense. I just hadn't realised that before. We'll have to use some repair kits on him. I don't think we have any really good repair kits. Only the advanced ones. Fortunately, he has a very high repair skill.
I'm here.
Okay, I think we're ready to proceed. Let's have a quick look at the map. That's not actually very helpful because it's such a wide open space. I have no particular reason to go over there and attack them. So we'll leave them for now. And investigate what's going on over here. Probably another ambush. If our recent experiences are anything to go by. A small group of Sand People ambush you. Ah, these are elite warriors. Let's see how we do with just the energy resistance that the Force gives us. Because that's renewable and our other energy shields aren't. Definitely another ambush. I think they put those there just to lure you into an ambush. I think you're right. Oh dear, I wasn't paying enough attention. Right, we shouldn't split our efforts, especially with Bastilla down. Ow! I'm gonna need to use some life support here. Improved energy resistance. Again. Have you changed targets? You have. Where's your flamethrower? Let's try some flamethrower, shall we?
I'm here.
Right, this is gonna be quite close, isn't it?
I'm ready.
I think we'll win. There we go. Oh dear. That was nearly a TPK. Hood? Do we get a hood? Credits, adrenal alacrity, adrenal strength. No hood. Right. Better heal everyone up. Fortunately, HK-47 wasn't hurt.
What can I do?
Right. That's everyone healthy again, at least. Oh dear. Perhaps I do need to use the energy shields more. The only problem is we only get so many uses of them. Where would it be? In this list? No, in this list? Oh, perhaps I've run out of... Yes, I probably ran out of uses of whichever shield I was using. Blimey, we actually saw the mine this time. That's probably Bastilla's awareness, actually. We started to have a real problem with mines cropping up when we went into the part of the underwater facility.
Don't let me die under here, please!
Oh dear. In which we couldn't take the rest of the party and Navarro was on her own. Where are you? Under here?
Please help! I can't get out!
3, 2, 1.
We got you good now. That's pretty horrible. We did a good ambush, and you better pay. Maybe 500 credits now. You die otherwise. We were told about this group, weren't we? This was the group that they expected killed that woman's husband. And if I refuse to pay you anything? This isn't tough to figure out, you know. You don't pay, we bury you here. Well, they're clearly common criminals. Yeah, out here in the sand. Who are you to threaten me? I could be dangerous. I kind of... I was actually I did actually think that would be the end and would be beginning combat, but still. What? Gurk said they'd be easy picking. They're just bluffing you. They got no hope at all. I could be a powerful Jedi. Will you risk it? Bah, you are nothing. You talk and talk, but nothing to show. I think we shut you up now. Yeah, we are sick of the talking. Get ready to fight, stupid. Right, as usual, let's focus one target.
I'm here.
Where are you going, Navarra? Oh, I see. That may actually be a more pressing matter. Right, they've been dealt with. I don't suppose they've got hoods on them by any chance, do they? Not hoods, robes. Seems pretty unlikely, but you never know. They may have attacked some sand people. Oh, what a gruesome affair. Poor woman.
Acknowledgement.
I'm here. What?
Alrighty, I think we're ready to carry on. Quick look at the map again. Sandcrawler. To the eastern dune, to the Sand People territory. Problem with going to the Sand People territory
Ready.
is we still don't have ourselves the robes we need. I think we have to engage in combat here. I don't see another option. Sadly. Blimey. That was fast.
So be it. Let's make this quick. Let's make this quick.
How are we doing? No one's really critically injured, fortunately.
There.
Well, no one on our side of the conflict, anyway. Do they keep spawning in forever? No, I think that's it. Sand People clothing, wonderful. That's what we wanted. And we have 3 sets. Perfect. Bantha fodder? What's Bantha fodder? I seem to remember that was a title you could earn back in the old Star Wars Battlefront console game. The original one, not the remake. Oh my goodness, what a massacre. Game? Party member down? How could a party member... Oh my goodness. This is ridiculous. We might lose her. No, please, make it stop. Okay, one at a time, they're not too difficult to deal with, but my goodness me. Why would they run off like that? Okay, everyone's still low on health. Speaking of, let's level up. Ooh. Yes, let's increase our strength. Master empathy could be good. What would the game recommend? Critical strike. Again, it's a bit late to be investing in the start of the critical strike tree. Where's critical strike? Here. Let's go with the master empathy. The plates sell well. Good to know. Or is that your suggestion for why they ran off? They were tempted by the lure of filthy lucre. Right, stun doesn't require one to not be wearing armor. But stasis field does. Okay, good to know.
I'm here.
Oh, ow, ow, ow. Ah.
Acknowledgement.
Oh dear, look at this animation. When he's injured. Or HK47. What's my favourite food?
I'm here.
I don't know. I'm not sure I have a single favourite food. for dinner, a good steak meal like a Côte de Boeuf. That can be very, very nice. Not sure I'd call it my favourite food, but certainly a welcome treat. Why, what would you say your favourite food is, Tony? I hope I don't get ambushed by the tank on the face. Looks a bit like a mustache from this angle. I hope I don't get ambushed by the Dark Jedi Apprentice while I'm not properly armoured. How much armour am I actually getting from this? Come to think of it, I didn't check. I just assumed it would be nothing. Yeah, nothing. Burgers.
Master?
I should ask HK47 more about his origins now that he has his memory back. I am tempted to skirt the outside and see just how... Oh, blimey, 2 suns. See just how far this area extends. That looks like it goes somewhere. To the eastern Dune Sea. So that's presumably the area we could have gone to but didn't. We weren't ambushed that time. I'm not sure if that's because it wasn't a proper trap or if it's because we were in uniform. What are these things?
Ready.
That's a bantha. So bantha fodder must be their food?
Acknowledgement.
Right. That's the bulk of the map scouted out besides the actual interior of their fortress, as they put it. Their settlement. Where's the blind spot? Just ahead of me. Over here. No, over here. Yes, I think. Twi'lek corpse, oh dear. I wonder if they were... Well, I was about to say, I wonder if there were anyone in particular. Of course they were someone in particular. I suppose I mean, I wonder if they were anyone that we might have heard of.
Ready.
What?
Okie doke. Right. I think we've scouted out the area about as much as we can. Now we should probably just start heading in. Life support pack, how ironic.
Master?
Poor individual.
I'm here.
Good thing the turrets aren't attacking. I'm not quite sure how... Oh, they did say they only turn the turrets on when they think they're under attack. So the turrets must have been off. The Sand People warriors obviously recognized you and is astounded that you are here. Your disguise may have allowed you to pass the turrets outside, but is ineffective at close range. Oh, I missed that. Oh no, interjection. One moment. I believe I understood that, Master. It may not have been his intention, but he did actually communicate something. Quickly, tell him we are not a threat.
Translation. Result. I believe I have succeeded in confusing him, Master. We have shown an interest not common among outsiders.
Apologize for being here, so we want peace.
Translation. Translation. He is expressing disbelief, as am I. But his duty requires that he report to his chieftain. Extrapolation. It would seem that we are at least worthy of curiosity for the moment. I would much rather this get bloody, Master, but it is your call.
Though you can't seem to understand him, the Sand People's chieftain's tone is obvious. He clearly despises all outsiders.
Translation. I can translate with some guarantee of accuracy that he is demanding to know why he should let us survive this encounter, Master.
So my choices are: tell him we want a peaceful solution, tell him to surrender or face death, or why are you able to speak with the Sand People when I can't? Hello, Matt. It's lovely to see you. Indeed. We have our final member of the roster, HK47. Tell him we want a peaceful solution.
Translation. Translation. He claims he has no reason to believe you, Master. Your kind have tainted this land with machines and uncaring, ignorant feet. Translation. He requires proof of good faith. We must make a contribution to his people that shows we are not a threat. Shall I blast him now, Master?
Ask what it is that he wants.
Translation. Translation. He plans to move his people farther from Anchorhead, but they need to build up stores of water first. He says you must aid him. Translation. He wants moisture evaporators from the Zerka. If you deliver them, he will order that his people reduce their attacks on miners.
The attacks must stop altogether.
Translation. Translation. He says that will never happen, Master. Ignorant outsiders continually desecrate their most reverential customs. This will always demand a response, an attitude I can respect. Protocol. From his perspective, a reduction is already a large step. It is doubtful you will get agreement on much more than that.
Tell him he will get his evaporators.
Translation. Translation. He does not believe you, Master. We will only be allowed to re-enter the Enclave when we have the evaporators with us. Translation. We are to be escorted outside. He will wait, but he doesn't believe we are coming back.
Okie doke. That's progress. How have you been, Matt?
Ready.
Wonderful news.
I'm here.
I've been quite well, and yes, I'm very much enjoying the game. So, for an update, I'm not sure the last thing you saw, but obviously I've finished everything on Taris. Taris is now no more. I've completed all of Dantooine. I next went to Kashyyyk, and I ended up aiding in a Wookiee uprising, which sadly ended in quite a few innocents being killed, which I didn't particularly want, but that's what happened nevertheless. But we also managed to get Zerka Corp off the planet. I then went to... Actually, I went to Yavin before then, and met the one trader that lives there. Then I went to Kashyyyk. Then I went to Manaan. And I've completed everything on Manaan. That was the last planet I was at. I started this stream on Manaan. Yeah, quite a lot of intricately involved quests on Manaan. I mostly managed to get the results I was hoping for on Manaan, I think. The Eastern Dune Sea continues to a barren horizon, but there are signs that people... This is not the place I leave. People have passed this way. The occasional stone appears to be making a path, but the logic of how they are placed is indecipherable to an outsider. Okie doke. That's not the way I want to go. Yeah, so on Manaan, we found out what happened to the Selkarth youths. Oh, hold on. When you come back, you may want to bring a certain group member instead of Bastilla and search around. Thank you for letting me know. Yeah, so Manaan, we found out what happened to the Selkarth youths. We figured out, at least I believe we figured out, that Sunry was guilty of murder, and he ended up being convicted, but he was given a custodial sentence as opposed to being executed. Oh, obviously we found the star map. I feel like more went on there. We were approached by the Geno Harridan, and I decided that I probably won't be doing their quest line because I'm not sure it's necessarily compatible with the light side. We did the swoop races there. So yeah, quite a few things happened there, and recently we've arrived on Tatooine. Favourite planet so far? Ooh, good question. I think probably Manaan. I did appreciate the more intricately interwoven quest lines. That, unlike Kashyyyk, you could go into an encounter with the best of intentions, and yet things don't always happen the way you would want them to. That is the neutral planet, that's right. I'm beginning to see what Zach Brannigan was complaining about. Yeah, it is a lot of... Tony says, Manaan is awesome. It's so much work, but it's so cool. I'd agree. What was I doing? Vaporators. So I need to go to the Circa Corp headquarters, presumably. Or office? Probably office. Could be the spaceport. It's going to be one of those two. You've been brought before the Sand People Chieftain. He will order the attacks against Zerka Corporation to be scaled back if you bring him moisture evaporators from the Zerka office in Anchorhead. You will not be allowed back inside the Enclave until you have the evaporators. Right, so that'll be fun. Convincing them to give those up to me. We still haven't done the swoop races here. I thought the other quests probably took priority. Is this the right area? Yes, I've just walked past the office.
Greetings again from the offices of Zerga Corporation. Is this about bounties or something else?
Who is Griff? I assume I picked up a quest about Griff, but I've completely forgotten who he is. I want to ask about our agreement.
Yes, we're still waiting for you
Brother,
to return with
thank
the
you.
Sand People Chieftain's gaffy stick. I'll reward you well when you do. We
I'd
don't have
forgotten
any
his
new
name.
information on the subject. It's still possible that they have an enclave in the far south of the Dune Sea. And I would remind you that you did agree to do this task for Zerka Corporation. We expect completion in a timely manner.
There may be a non-violent solution to this.
I should remind you that you were not retained as a diplomatic representative. You are a hunter and should go after your prey as we agreed. You are
That was not part of the
authorized to do
agreement.
anything other than deliver what was promised. Do so and don't talk of this foolishness again.
I'm pretty sure I could walk out of the contract at this point if I wanted to. You didn't specify that the solution had to be violent. And so if I'm offering you a viable solution and you are the ones that are unwilling to provide any form of support, I think that could be construed as breach of contract. Let's go back to my first questions.
Very well, though I do have work to get back to.
I'm looking for a miner named Griff.
Griff? There's no Griff here. Never heard of him. No, I don't remember a single Griff on the Zerka Corporation payroll.
You want to tell me about Griff?
Can you spare me a few moments? I have something I want to get off my chest. want to tell you about one of our workers. His name was...
Hold on, I should have had... Hold on, I'm going to skip past this and reload just because I really should have had...
For your need...
You know who with me. That's on me. Right. There we go. Let's try that again. So we'll do the dialogue.
Yeah, we don't... And you are...
As before. Now we'll ask about Griff.
Griff? There's no Griff here. Never heard of him. No, I don't remember a single Griff on the Zerka Corporation payroll.
You want to tell me about Griff?
Can you spare me a few moments? I have something I want to get off my chest. I want to tell you about one of our workers. His name was Griff. We hired that Twi'lek some time ago. Not a good worker, according to his crew chief. Always complaining and faking injuries to get out of work. He entered false timesheets and slept through his shifts. We even suspected him of stealing Zerka Corporation supplies, although we could never prove it.
So you fired him?
We would have fired him, but we needed workers. It would have been better for him if he had been fired. Then the Sand People wouldn't have gotten him.
The Sand People?
He was lost in a Sand People raid we suffered not too long ago. There were prisoners taken, but our rescue parties never found anyone alive. In the end, it just wasn't cost-effective to keep searching. All miners sign a waiver absolving Zerka Corporation of liability in these circumstances.
Not entirely sure that would be legal. At least not in Britain. Obviously this isn't Britain, but dubious legal practices. Did the Sand People kill Griff or not?
We didn't find his body, so we have to assume he was taken prisoner. Whether he's still alive, I couldn't say. That's all I can tell you. I shouldn't even have said this much. This is all privileged corporate information. I could lose my job.
Never mind, I want to ask you something else.
Very well, though I do have work to get back to.
I have to go. Goodbye.
Farewell. Zerka Corporation welcomes your future inquiries.
Interesting that the mission had nothing to say there. You again, you want to buy something? If not, go buffer the officers. What do you have available for purchase? Is there something specific that you were looking for? You seem like you're looking for unique things. Do you have any moisture evaporators? I may, but that is not something I usually sell to spacers. You don't look like a moisture farmer. What do you want them for? You can sell her gaffy sticks. Yeah, I'm not sure I want to though. I'm not sure I want to profit off of their deaths. Since obviously their deaths were, from my perspective at least, unavoidable. I'm trying to stop the cycle of violence. Am I honest here? Or it's not even honesty, am I upfront here? May as well be. To exchange with Sand People to stop their attacks. Exactly what kind of appeasement that Zerka Corporation doesn't like to support in their policies, I like it. Well, I have two of the finest evaporators that Zerka Corporation produces. Of course, they only produce one model right now. The price is 400 credits for the pair. I won't break them up, they function best when linked together. I'll take the moisture evaporators for 400. Fine, fine. I assume you'll be able to handle the deployment of them. They're surprisingly light. It's a pleasure doing business with you. Do come again. Well, that went surprisingly well. Okie doke. Back to the Sand People's camp. That's the wrong way. Back to the Sand People's camp. Wait, hold on. Am I not wearing my Sand People clothes anymore? Do I need to? Oh, I get it. If I were to wear my Sand People clothes right here, right now, I would be shot. I missed that subtlety of etiquette. Maybe talk to Mission?
Hey there, what can I do for you?
I want to talk to you about your brother.
Talk? What is there to talk about? Those sand people took my brother prisoner. Griff may be a slime, but we have to go rescue him. We can't just leave him with those monsters.
She doesn't seem to be fully on board the improving relations with the natives project, does she? Don't worry, Mission, we'll get him back.
I knew I could count on you. There's definite fringe benefits to being friends with the Jedi.
Fringe benefits. You alright, HK-47? You seem a bit juddery. Now, do I have to speak to him to leave again?
Oh, it's you again. I'll just let you pass. The boys in the office may need authorization in triplicate, but not me. Good hunting out there.
Uh-huh. So what happened to all this I have to scan your license to let you through? It's absolutely impossible for me to let you through otherwise. Wait, why isn't this working? Am I just not allowed to wear those anymore? I guess not. Alrighty then, let's put my armour back on. Wait, what was I using? Probably Kalo Nord's armour. That was a bit strange. Hello, game? There we go. Yes, that was my armour, wasn't it?
What?
Mission may never have actually had armour, come to think of it.
What?
Alrighty then. Let's carry on. It was Bastilla whose clothes I also changed, wasn't it? She needs to have her... I assume she was wearing Jedi robes before then? I mean, I know she was wearing some sort of Jedi robes, but there's several types, isn't there? They took it from you. You're allowed through with the evaporators. Wonderful news. Sometimes I do wish there was a faster way to travel. This speed is perfectly reasonable when you're discovering new places, but when you're trying to make your way back, I suppose what it really needs isn't necessarily faster movement, but fast travel of some sort. Still. Speed burst is a force power. It is, but it's incompatible with armor. So Navarra wouldn't be able to use it without taking her armor off. And also, as far as I'm aware, it only affects the Jedi that used the power, not the rest of the party. So all that would happen is she'd get well ahead of everyone else, get to the next loading zone, and then be stuck there while she waits for the others to catch up. Oh my goodness. So many mines.
I'm here.
I wonder if Griff is inside the this stronghold or not. Even through the layers of wrappings, you can tell this Sand People warrior is disgusted by your presence among his people.
Extrapolation. This guard doesn't appear honored to have the job of greeting us.
Tell him we have the moisture converters.
Translation. Translation. He will take us before the chieftain, as he was instructed to do.
If you can read anything of the Sand People's chieftain's emotions, it seems that he's surprised that you have returned.
Translation. He did not expect us to return, Master. He wonders if we have brought the moisture evaporators.
Tell him that we have his evaporators.
Translation. Translation. He does not trust you, Master, but you have done more than any other outsider. They will not attack, and he grants you his chieftain's gaffy as reward. Translation. The attacks will be reduced, and he will allow you to explore this enclave, but be warned that any lack of respect will result in death.
I have a few questions for him.
Protocol. If you truly want this sadly peaceful arrangement to continue, be careful of what you ask.
I want information on Sand People culture.
Protocol. This will be a very sensitive topic, Master. You will want to be careful with your questions or risk offending him. Not that that is much of a worry.
Save. I can't save right now, unfortunately. Tell me the history of your clan.
Translation. Translation. He says that he will not, Master. There is one storyteller in each clan, and only he may recite the histories.
Ask if we could meet the storyteller.
Translation. Translation. He says that you don't understand. They must never be told to someone who might say them incorrectly out of ignorance. Translation. To speak them in error is a blasphemy punishable by death. Only their greatest warriors are even permitted to listen to the tales.
Based. How could I prove I am a worthy warrior?
Translation. Translation. He doesn't know, Master. His people usually kill outsiders. Since you are an outsider yourself, that would not suffice. Translation. The greatest challenge for a warrior is to face a great dragon, the largest predator on Tatooine. Fight one of those, and bring back a dragon pearl. Discussed. I think he's making fun of you, Master. He doesn't believe an outsider could do such a thing.
Where could I find a crate dragon?
Translation.
No bedtime stories for baby sand people. No, indeed.
Translation. There is a dragon in the far eastern Dune Sea, but he claims you could never defeat it. Here is a map to the area. Translation. There is a hunter, a Twi'lek, that is sometimes seen out there. Perhaps he would be of some help.
What is a dragon pearl?
Translation. Translation. Stones polished in the gullet of the beast. Apparently they are valuable items.
Let's go back to my other questions.
Protocol. We should not keep him long. It is an insult to take too much of his time. Unless the plan is to blast them when you are done, of course.
Tell him farewell for now.
Translation. Translation. We are free to leave.
I may have to ask him about the... I'll save now. I may have to ask him about the star map subsequently, but we'll worry about that when we get to it. No sign of Griff. How large is this map? Quite big. The Sand People War ignores you. It seems your presence here is a barely tolerated event. Okie dokie. We were told we could explore. So explore we shall. Rag pile. Bantha fodder. Well, I'm not going to steal from them. Refuse pile, medium. Again, I'm not going to steal from them. As tempting as it is, I just saw that droid heavy armor type 2. Oof. Life support as well. Hey, we found him.
You there. I'm a high-ranking executive at the Zerka Corporation. There's a big reward if you take me back to Anchorhead.
Griff, don't you recognize me? It's Mission.
Mission? Is it really you? I heard Taurus was destroyed. I thought you were dead. Oh, joy of joys, my little sister is alive.
I have to ask you something, Griff. It's important. I ran into Lena. She said it was your idea to leave me on Terrace. It isn't true, is it?
Well, there's the truth and then there's the truth, you know? I always meant to go back to Taurus's just as soon as I had the credits to pay off my debts. But credits have been hard to come by.
You mean it's true? It was your idea to leave me there? I'm your sister. How could you abandon me like that?
Come on, sis. You didn't need me to look after you anymore. You may have been young, but you knew how to take care of yourself. Besides, you're here now. I mean, everything worked out fine.
That's it? That's all you have to say to me after all these years, after deserting me on Terrace?
Well, that and, could you please get me out of here? You got a tough-looking friend there.
I'm not risking getting the Sand People mad. Stay here.
Yeah, you can just stay here.
Hey, come on now. You may as well be killing me. Get me out of here.
I'll try to get you out of here, but we'll do it diplomatically. I'm not going to try and... I'm not going to risk causing a war with the Sand People. You found Griff alive and well and being held prisoner in the Sand People's enclave. But his reunion with his long-lost sister was far from a tear-filled event. Mission feels Griff deserted her back on Terrace. Even so, the humane thing to do would be to set him free if the opportunity presents itself. Oh. The Jawas. You are not the ghostly giants that hold us trapped. The people of the sand. You are from the old city new. Isis must have sent you coming. Are you a rescuer? You must be. I'll release you later. I have to make sure it's safe first. Jawas under Isis, no caution is passed. Please return with speed so we can be free and out of here. We thank you for this. If you mean to do it, it is unlike your kind, and you'll get rewards in trade. Oh dear, so that's 2 groups I need to free now. I was thinking if I managed to actually defeat this... What did they call it? It was a something dragon. If I actually manage to defeat this crate dragon, yes, thank you. I might be able to ask, instead of speaking to their storyteller, to have Griff released. But now I've also got to get the Jawas free. And somehow I think that's not going to happen. We still need to find the star map. We still need to find... What was the other one? Somebody's husband went missing. But I don't think we were asked to find them, were we? It was just assumed that they were dead. I've got a feeling there was another quest in the area. Maybe I've made it up. Oh, I've got loads of Gizka on my ship now, all of a sudden. Not quite sure what to do about them. Bastilla's mother, that was the other one. Can't believe I forgot that.
Ready.
I'm here.
Specifically, we're not looking for her, of course. Her husband, Bastilla's father, was killed, and I believe we are trying to find his chronometer or something? Holocron. That was it. You want a great dragon pet. Is that a good idea? Or is it a bit like having a pet crocodile? They're cute when they're little. Right, I couldn't go this way before, could I? I don't think. So presumably I now have access to this area because of my dealings with the Sand People. Are those things dangerous? Probably. Hold on, am I still allowed to swap party members out? No. What about in the previous area? I'm just thinking, given what's about to happen, I probably need a more combat-oriented group. I can hear. Wonderful. We'll bring you two back shortly, but for this mission I think we want Bastilla and Julie.
Yes?
Bastilla does have her old robes on. Good.
Mm-hmm.
The game correctly handled the unequipping of her Sand People robes. Right, wish me luck, I suppose.
Jolie, may I have a moment? There's something I wish to speak to you about.
Yep, I figured it was only a matter of time until we had the whole come back to the order discussion. Well, I guess there's no avoiding it now, so let's get it over with.
I know you have issues with the Order, but you are a Jedi, Jolie. You command the Force. Without the guidance of the Council, how can you avoid falling to the dark side?
Well, I've managed to avoid it the last 20 years or so. Besides, light side, dark side, they don't mean the same to me as they do to you. I don't see in absolutes.
Of course, Malak isn't evil, he's just misunderstood. So you don't have a problem with Malak and the Sith?
I want to stop Malak as much as anyone, but I don't have to join the Order to do it. Look at Karth, or Canderous. They're with us in this quest, but they aren't Jedi. The capacity for good or evil, like the Force itself, is in all living creatures. And belonging to the Jedi Order, or the Sith, or any group, won't change what you are at your core.
I see you are quite adamant. No doubt you've had ample time to think on this during your long seclusion. I guess it was foolish of me to think I could sway your position so easily.
Yeah, I'm old and stubborn. But I appreciate the effort. But from now on, you can just think of me as any other non-Jedi in our little group. With a lightsaber. And Force powers.
So that's actually some interesting backstory we didn't have before. I don't think Jolee actually discussed how he ended up with a lightsaber and training in the Force. So now we know for certain he was actually a Jedi that subsequently left. He's the best character.
I'm tired of waiting, Comad. How big can this dragon of yours be? I'm going in.
Here we go. Huh. Bad time to get a headache? Greetings to you, human. I believe I saw you in Anchorhead. I thought I would see you on the dunes. You look like a hunter. Perhaps you're interested in the ways of the hunt. Will you help me? I've tracked a very special beast to its lair. A krayt dragon, the largest of the Tatooine desert predators. It is an honoured creature to hunt, although we must also use unorthodox methods today. Why do you want me and not another hunter? Or, if it's such an honour, why do you want help? That's a... Well, I feel like I know the answer to these questions. But I'm being forced to ask one anyway. Why do you want me and not another hunter? You're here, they are not. I also don't know the size of my quarry until I was tracking him. Or I didn't know the size. And perhaps there are other reasons? I tried to get the help of one other, but you saw him die in the lair. He lacked experience and, more importantly, patience. I usually hunt for the skill of it, but must make an exception today. I want newcomers to understand the proper intent behind the hunt, no matter what the methods we use. I'll help. Give me the information about how. We must bait the great beast out of hiding and ambush him swiftly. There is no room to engage him in the lair, and this hide will repel blaster fire. Good thing I put Jedi. I have placed mines around the mouth of the cave. We must coax him out, but this is the end of the season of his hibernation. It will take much to rouse him. The food of the beast this size is almost exclusively banthas, and foolish hunters, if we are not careful. To lure him out, we must lure his food to tempt him. How will we lead the banthas here? They too have their food of choice. We must find some bantha fodder to lead the banthas here. I have a few ideas about where this may be found. Sand people keep bantha herds, so some of them must have fodder on hand or in their settlement. A vendor in Anchorhead also had some. He had a kiosk in the spaceport. If you find fodder and bait the banthas here, the mines will deal with the dragon as it emerges to feed. Not exactly a glorious hunt, but it will ensure the safety of the region. That seems very easy. What aren't you telling me? There is one added threat. The Sand People regard banthas as sacred. Attempting to feed the herd in this area will likely lead to an attack. We are far from the weakened tribes around Anchorhead. The Sand People of this region are strong, fierce, and will think nothing of killing you. Be careful. Well, my only real choice here is look, I have your fodder. Good, now there is a herd that moves out in the desert. Lead them here. Approach them with the fodder and lead them here. I'll see what I can do. I wish you luck against the Sand People. When you return, the dragon will fall. I wish it could be under more sporting circumstances, but we must do what the circumstances call for. I'd hoped for a mirror of my father's expedition, but that will have to wait. Julie is the best character, though I like HK. Out of curiosity... Hold on. Just save in case I cross an invisible line. I just want to see if I can actually select it as a target. I feel like that's the invisible line. Yeah, that's game over, is it? Your entire party has been killed. Return to the main menu. Good thing that I gave up on the Iron Man run. Then again, as I said earlier, I wouldn't have been so... what's the word? I wouldn't have been so bold if I was doing an Iron Man run. Oh, this is the same thing as you and the big shark. Yep. Maybe I can talk to it. Maybe it just wants to be understood. The panther perks up as you approach, obviously attracted to the smell of the fodder you are carrying. The whole herd falls in step. Wait, but... I thought I was supposed to... I thought this is how I was supposed to slay it. You have stolen their herd. Oh! Hmm. That could jeopardize the peace. Oh, these are a different clan. I think it's the only way. Okay, fair enough. Although, from the point of view of the light side here, I've pretty much decided then that the lives of Griff and those Jawas is more important than the Sand People I'm about to slay, which is a bit dubious. Are they going to get closer? No. Oh well. Oh no, I think they... Okay, that's not quite what I meant, but never mind. I'm not doing a very good job here, am I? Of actually controlling the battle. I take it those two can't move from the spot. There we go. Right, now please everyone, you need to focus your efforts.
I'm here.
Okay. I think we've recovered.
I'm here. Now that must have hurt.
I don't know why Jolie's just run off, but still. We seem to have won this, nevertheless. Right, let's try and heal up. Fortunately, I think everyone here has heal, which is a very nice luxury to have. I prefer flurry to power attacks. Isn't flurry the one that makes you easier to hit, but then you get to do 2 attacks in the amount of time it would normally take you to do 1? Whereas power attack, I believe, causes you to do straight up more damage, but your chance to hit goes down. Oh, you think it's 3? Perhaps that's the Master Flurry or something like that. Talk to Banther again. Good job, come talk to me. Okay, that seemed a bit unnecessary. You could have just started talking to me yourself, but still. Quickly, be ready. The Banthers are in position and will soon stir our restless prey. I hope the mines do their job quickly. Don't worry, I'm ready. Wait, what is that rumbling sound? Oh boy, he's a big one. This is less than ideal. Oh no, never mind. It is done, and the great beast is dead. To my shame, I denied him a final fight, but I will honour his memory to make amends. I thank you for your aid, human. You have earned a share of the victory, such as it is. Thanks, we did what had to be done. Regrettably so, I just hope you remember that there were higher reasons for this. Don't let the spoils be your only reason to hunt. Wealth fades, the sands remain. I thank you for your help here today. Human, I shall see you again, I am sure. I heard he's a baby crate, actually. What am I doing? Why did I pull my lightsaber out? Okay. Blimey. I've never seen that happen before. I must already have the crate pearls. Crate dragon pearl, wonderful. Hold on. Okie dokie. Time to have a poke about in here. With any luck, we'll find a star map. Jedi Master Robes? That raises questions. Crystal Violet. Again, this suggests these were Jedi. Chewed Twi'lek corpse. Star map! Huzzah! Right, that's a bit of progress, isn't it?
Finding this star map here in this cave gives me a cold shiver. You don't think it's just coincidence that the Great Dragon made its home here, do you?
The star map is an artifact of the dark side. The Great Dragon may have been drawn here by its dark power, only to be enslaved by it. Come, we should leave this place. There's nothing else for us here.
Did we establish that the star maps were dark side aligned? We knew that they were put there by this empire of...
We have found it.
Oh.
Father's holocron. I suppose I should be thankful the desert sands had not swallowed it up.
Are you going to give it to your mother?
I don't know. Well, I'll have to think about that. I'll keep it with me while I decide.
What was I thinking? Yeah, did we establish that these were dark side aligned? We know that they were put there by the creators and that they had some sort of empire, but I'm not sure we ever actually established that the star maps themselves were evil in some way, just that Revan and Malak had been using them for evil purposes. Also, who are these individuals that have come to... Speaking of the dark side, I've just realised who they are. Right, get ready for for some combat. Look, friends. Yes. Good thing I realised who they were when I did.
What can I do? I'm here.
And what's the other one? It's the adrenal strength, isn't it? Oh, would that be in this list? Probably. Have I been past it? Hyperadrenal strength. I don't usually... Oh, she's buffing us. How does she know to buff us now? Is that because I was using other... That's interesting. Is the combat algorithm in here clever enough that it notices that I'm using lots of buffs, so it gets the other characters to do so as well? Interesting. I was just about to say, I don't usually buff myself up before a fight, because that seems like metagaming, but in this case, of course, the fight is no surprise. They're standing right there. They've rather announced their presence. So I don't think this is metagaming.
At last, my search is over. I was beginning to fear someone else had killed you and deprived me of the pleasure you may have defeated the pathetic bounty hunter my master sent after you. But you are no match for me. I have studied at the foot of the Dark Lord himself.
Her battle meditation is also really good. I don't think I've ever used that. She may have used it herself automatically. All of these aren't great options. Your Malak's apprentice can't say I'm impressed. Well, that's just needlessly petty. You're on the end of spy. You killed Trask. You'll pay for that. Doesn't sound like a something that a Jedi that's at peace with the world would say. It doesn't seem serene. When will Malak learn? I'll kill you just like I killed Calo Nord. Again, pretty belligerent. You're a fool if you think you can defeat me. That's just arrogant. I guess I'll go with 3, because at least it's not inaccurate. Sounds like someone who is full of battle stimulants, though. That's a very good point. That is a very good point.
Your words mean nothing to me, unless you wish to beg for your life. No? Then I shall try to make this both quick and painful.
I miss Trask. He was nice. He did seem nice. Let's have a look at this battle meditation, shall we? I don't see it. Well, it wouldn't be there, would it? Is there anywhere I can check what buffs I currently have on my character? Oh, I could have sworn I discovered how to do that a while back and I've forgotten again. Oh well. I'll just have to hope I've got everything. On the right of your character. Over here? Oh! I think I see. Here. So the shield is up, the energy resistance is up, and that must be the battle stimulant. That's everything I was expecting. Good. Alright, what's the plan here? Probably open up with as much crowd control as we can muster. Once we've crowd controlled them, the next plan is going to be to focus down one enemy at a time, starting with the weaker enemies. Because we want to, as quickly as possible, reduce the amount of damage we're taking per turn. Did he save against everything? He just saved against everything. Oh my goodness. That's not good. That's not good at all. I think you two need to... Hold on, do you have stasis? Is that stasis? How do I know what that is? I think that's stasis. Right, you two both try keep the crowd control coming. We'll have Navarra as our tank. Rush in and do what she can. I don't want to keep wasting their force points, but they just have to take care of him. Oh, they really are weak. But yeah, we cannot risk having him free to do what he wants in this combat.
I'm here.
Just keep trying to whirlwind him, I think.
I'm here.
I guess we could try the old force wave. Oh, he's going down fast, actually. Ow! What was that? Stop draining us! Okay, yeah, the key to this is going to be crowd control. He needs to be crowd controlled yesterday.
Yes.
This is a problem. Quite a lot of us are actually quite low now. Bastilla. Keep those heals coming.
Yes.
Alright, let's try some more crowd control. Bastilla's almost out of force power, but Navarra and Julie aren't doing too badly. Oh, Please stop it. I might actually be better off just trying to do as much damage as quickly as possible by the looks of things. Oops.
Yes?
Just damage him quicker than he can heal. Oh no. Could you use some life support, Julie? Wait, was that high on his list to do? No, it wasn't. Now it is.
Yes.
I'm here.
I think he's run out of force power and lost. Oh my goodness. That just came down to attrition. $3,000 credits? Don't mind if I do. Let's check out this fiber armor, shall we? So Kalo Nord's armor, defense bonus 9, max dexterity bonus 1, and damage resistance versus cold fire and sonic, and it's upgradable. Not that I don't think I've installed any upgrades, but I could be wrong. Where's this fiber armor? Darth Bandon's fiber armor. Plus 5 defense, plus 5 dexterity bonus, lots of resistance versus fire, counts as light armor. I'd say that's actually worse. If we were going up against an enemy that specifically used a lot of fire, it wouldn't be. Still, we won, and on our first attempt. Can't complain about that.
And you need?
I'll tell you what, when you actually are in a position to have a party of all Jedis, the combat gets so much easier. Right, so once we're out of here, we need to swap back to our previous party with HK47 for translation and mission due to Griff. We'll make our way back to the Sand People's Enclave and we'll see if we can do anything about Griff and the Jawas, but I do have a bad feeling it's going to be an either-or situation. Thank you for your help, lady and gentlemen. Oh dear. Ow, ow, ow. Back to the Sand People we go. Now the Great Warrior. Indeed. We return victorious. I wonder if they'll believe us, though. Or if they'll accuse us of killing the Great Dragon in a cowardly way, or something like that. More mines? I'm sure they won't mind me removing all the defences around their home. suppose, strictly speaking, there's another thing that I could request, and that's to have the attacks completely stop. But I think that's really pushing my luck. Sand People Chieftain. The Sand People Chieftain seems grateful to you, or at least less inclined to smash your head open like a rocky grub seed. Sorry, like a pocky grub seed.
Query, what do you wish to ask of him, Master?
I want information on Sand People culture.
Protocol. This will be a very sensitive topic, Master. You will want to be careful with your questions or risk offending him. Not that is much of a worry.
Tell me the history of your clan.
Translation. Translation. You have been told that to be considered worthy of hearing the histories, you need to bring him a dragon pearl from a crate dragon. Translation. He says the discussion is closed until you fulfill this condition. He thinks you are just making fun of his traditions.
Here is the dragon pearl. Oh, sorry, here is a dragon pearl.
Translation. Translation. He is stupefied, Master. He never thought you could return with such an item. Such a thing has not been done in many years. Translation. He will allow you to meet the storyteller, but also gives a warning. If you dare to repeat the histories incorrectly, you will be killed. Translation. The storyteller will be summoned to one of the rooms here in the Enclave. He seems to think this is a great honor for you, Master.
Let's get back to my other questions.
Protocol. We should not keep him long. It is an insult to take too much of his time. Unless the plan is to blast him when you are done, of course.
I don't know if I've ever got this far with him. Okay. Since I don't want to use up too much of his time, I'll go to the storyteller, then back to him. Tell him farewell for now.
Translation. Translation. We are free to leave.
I wasn't actually told where to go, was I? Just one of the rooms. It's almost like a final test, isn't it? To see if I truly am worthy. Ah, the storyteller. Compared to the warriors that you've encountered, the Sand People storyteller is relatively calm in his movements and speech, but he still regards you coldly. I should have my notes ready, shouldn't I?
He identifies himself as the storyteller, Master. He has been told of your warrior skills and will speak the history to you.
He will speak it, they don't write it down. I've got a feeling that actually taking a note of this in my notes is probably some sort of insult, some sort of taboo. But, fortunately, I don't think they'll be aware of any note-taking I take in real life. I'm honoured. Ask him what he records.
Translation. Translation. There is only one accepted history, passed orally to each successive generation. Translation. A book or datapad can be taken away, cheapening the value of what it contains. To commit it to paper or storage is to remove it from the people.
What topics can I choose from?
Translation. Translation. You may choose to hear the history, or you may choose not to. Their history is a single entity that cannot be partitioned. Translation. The only exception is in continuing the tales once they have begun. If you leave, when you return, he will continue from where he left off.
Begin the history.
Translation. Translation. It begins with the ancient times. They were not sand people, for there was no sand. The land was green with life, and they walked without wrappings. Translation. Though the land was beautiful, they lived apart from the land. They built their walls high and saw beyond the horizon. They dared to reach the stars. Translation. There are no words for how long ago this was. It was before the outsiders, before the abduction, before the cities fell, before the builders.
Hello, the builders, eh? I think that's the group that I incorrectly called the creators before. Continue with the history.
Translation. Translation. His arrogant people touched the stars, and this sin drew the attention of the builders. The builders did not touch the stars, they lashed them to millstones. Translation. Great demons of metal stripped the world of its riches, until all that was left was the green of the ground. The great cities were lifted away. Translation. Those that had used the wealth were taken along with it. Transgressors abducted to serve past the sky, seeding the stars with penitent, adaptable slaves.
Those that used wealth were taken as slaves. Abducted. Continue with the history.
Translation. Translation. There came a time when the builders were also judged for their crimes. After generations, a plague weakened them, and the time of the Great War began. Translation. The builders faltered, and his people realized why they had been punished, so that they understood the crime, and would now strike down the greater offender. Translation. They worked chaos in the machines, so they destroyed themselves. The builders fought back, laying waste to the green that had been misused with fire from above. Translation. Soil became glass, grinding to sand, but the fight was long planned, and his people were safe. Deep in cave homes carved from valley wall, they were free.
Soil turned to glass, then sand by builders. But the people were safe in deep valley cave homes. Continue with the history.
Translation. Editing, if I may, Master. This section of his tale details several millennia of the Long Walk. their nomadic wanderings as they accept their identity in a desert world? Rather than strain my circuits on his dialect, might we just assume there was much fighting over who has the biggest bantha and move on to more recent things?
No, I want to hear it all.
Resignation. Very well, Master, very well.
Several hours later.
Translation. The tribes spread far, distant from each other, but all as sand people, and all cherished the land that remained. The sand would not be misused. Translation. Then machines fell from the stars again. Outsiders like you that brazenly walked apart from the land. And greater still was the insult to come. Translation. These outsiders reminded them of their past transgression, of the time when they too walked apart from land. The outsiders, your kind, looked like their ancient abducted. Translation. So it is to the current sons that the Sand People hate all outsiders and give them no footing. You come again, time after time, adaptable slaves to the machine.
Transgressors came in machines from above, reminded them of their ancestors. Adaptable slaves to the machine. This is some really interesting lore. Much more interesting than I was expecting. Is there anything further?
Editing. The last 1,000 years are full of conflicts with different groups of attempted planetary settlers, all of whom are poorly described, long dead, and likely untraceable. I believe I have truncated it down to the usable bits in what was already said. I hope it is enough, Master.
So thousands of years of conflict with settlers of various kinds. I'll return later.
Translation. Translation. We are free to leave.
I'm not going to ask a question because I'm pretty sure that they would consider that insulting. They have their one oral history as a single entity, and I've heard it. What is there to question, as it were? HK-47's a good sport. Have I just gone all the way around? I think I have. No, I can't have. Here we go, I think. There's the chieftain. Hours later. HK and Jolie are so funny.
Query. What do you wish to ask of him, Master?
Ask about captives.
Clarification. We must be more specific, Master. They capture many organics.
Ask about getting Griff set free.
Translation. Translation. He says that by his very presence, this Griff defiles their home and land. He is without any semblance of usefulness to them.
Yep, that would be Griff.
Extrapolation. I would assume we are free to take him. It is doubtful they will even waste the effort to kill him. Perhaps we could do it, Master.
Ask about setting the captive Jawas free.
Translation. Translation. He says that the captive Jawas are slaves and that they have lived past their usefulness. You may take them if you wish.
This went exceptionally well. Tell him farewell for now.
Translation. Translation. We are free to leave.
I can't believe that went so well. We seem to have got everything that we wanted, and we managed to stay on peaceful terms. Well, I suppose you shouldn't count your chickens till they've hatched. Maybe when we try and walk out with them, there'll be trouble. I wonder if Jawas were the original Sand People. Interesting idea.
You're back. You've come to let old Griff out, right? Right? I don't want to beg, but I'm more than willing.
You can just keep waiting, Griff. We'll get you out of there when it suits us.
We used to be so close, sis. Now, I know we've had our differences, but I really need to get out of here now. No fooling.
The Sand People said you can go, run to Anchorhead.
Yeah, you can find your way from there, right? Can you manage that? What? Is there something else?
Well, I wanted to thank you, and, you look like you're doing well. Financially, I mean. Say, could you spare me a few credits to get back on my feet?
You're hitting me up for credits. I don't believe this. Lena was right about you, Griff. We should have just left you to the Sand People. Don't talk to me anymore. Ever.
That didn't go well. Sis was always a little too fiery for her own good. She'll cool down in time.
Don't be so sure.
She'll be okay. We had our fights before. Too bad, though. I really could have used a helping hand right now. You may have saved my life, but I don't have a single credit to my name. Say, you wouldn't be able to spare me some credits, just till I get back on my feet, you know?
Here, take 50 credits.
That's it, huh? Figured you'd be able to spare a bit more than that. And, you know, I'll take whatever I can get. Don't worry about me. I've already got a job waiting for me. Krita, the manager over at the Zerka supply shop, said I could come work for him if I ever get tired of the mines. Yeah, I think I'll go take him up on his offer. You know, maybe there's something else you can help me with. I need to talk to a guy first and set up the details, but if you're interested in a job, come see me in Greta's shop. Goodbye, Mission. I'm glad you're not dead.
And the Jawas. You're back to us. You're kind leaves more often than that. Are you a rescuer that saves? Isis must have sent. The Sand People said you can go. Run to Anchorhead. There are thanks you must have. The Jawas under Isis will reward and trade. Find him. I missed that bit. Isis will wait by the walls of your city that open to the sand. He'll trade fair. Thank you. I mean, that seems to have worked. Griff and Mission have been reunited, though Mission is still resentful about Griff deserting her on Taris. Before he left, Griff suggested you stop by the Zerka supply shop on Tatooine to speak with him about a potential job. Also, the Jawas held captive in the Sand People Enclave were very glad for your help and have promised that their leader Isis will reward you when you return to the gates inside Anchorhead. Well, let's head there now. That's probably where we'll end the stream, I think. So what do we have left? I think it's just one more planet, isn't it? I mean, apart from content that I couldn't speculate on, I mean. Korriban, was it? Something like that. Which was notionally the birthplace of the Sith, or something like that. It's really good you didn't try to take anything. The whole colony turns on you. I expected as such. I mean, you wouldn't do it in real life, would you? So we have a couple of things to finish up here next stream, including the swoop bike races. But then it's on to, I think, the final star map. And then we find out what the end game is. I had to kill all the sand people, just like Anakin. I'm not sure you had to, and I'm not sure Anakin had to. So perhaps that is actually an accurate statement. Can you imagine having to run through a desert on a planet with 2 suns in this armor? Is this the way back in? Yes. Right, let's speak to Isis. You of your kind, Isis of Jar, would thank you for what was done. Mine has returned because of you. It is as was agreed, as Isis hoped it was. I have things to give you. Take and be welcome. If the Jawa were the original Sand People, then obviously there's a big difference in height, so there's been a change there. And also, obviously their language has changed considerably, which is interesting. That will be fine. Good luck. You're a good friend of the Jawas. We remember when you're kind of gone. Ask if you need any more of anything. Right. I think that's it then. For tonight, anyway. I don't think I thanked you last week for... Not last week, yesterday for the follow, Tony. But thank you very much. I do appreciate it. Next stream will be Monday from 4 o'clock British Summer Time. After that, it will be the following Friday and the following Saturday as usual. If that should change for any reason, then I'll announce the change on Twitter and Discord. And I think that's about everything. Oh, you're very welcome, Tony. I hope you enjoyed it. So yeah, once again, thank you for coming, everyone, and I hope you all have a wonderful night. Good night.